incidents where we have overturned governments. Somehow he avoided that stuff. But I think most of it was about if you work at the leadership level, whether you're a leader or a guide to a leader, you've got to keep it in play in their minds the conflicting forces. And a lot of these forces are not on any legal boxes of who has authority over what. You can't do a diagram that is meaningful for the entire U.S. government because a lot of it is other power networks. Well, there's Michael Turner, he was a linchpin for 3 companies at least, and he blocked everything. Suddenly that's very unusual. Someone with that much power, usually you have to buy them off. You give them something else more important. You promote them. Someone asked me once, what's the most effective way to get rid of a major enemy? I said, you promote them. Give them something more visible where the ego can be pacified. I did it more than once.
You don't want that's funny. You don't want them,
people.
Yeah. You don't want them licking their wounds. You'd rather have them happy and not focused on whatever they were focused on.
I've never been publicly pugnacious, but there were times, I think Pippa had breakfast with one member of the Congress at one time. She told me, Dad, I had breakfast with him, and I asked him, how is it Dad has so much power, but he has no enemies? People with power have so many enemies. And he said the only thing he would say is, the rumor is none survive. So whether that's true or not, I cultivated that rumor. I told everybody that's the rumor. Don't ask me. But everybody's very wary.
I think the key here is, it's not so much what did Richard Bissell say directly to Dad, although that has immense value. It's important to capture this for posterity. But it's also an invitation. You are now part of a network of people. It will be known that you've been blessed. It will be known not just in our government, it will be known in other governments. It will be known by the Russians. And that network operates for the whole of your life.
There are different sources of information about how communication between JFK and Khrushchev was established. Now, for the average human in the world in which we live, we say, well, they pick up the phone. But number one, Khrushchev represented Central Committee. If you were really going to communicate with the Central Committee, you would use Dobrynin, the ambassador, who had a direct line, so he would know. So if he didn't serve, I think he may have served us, but we don't know. He didn't disclose. But I know Dobrynin, I can tell you about that later, but he came to know me, let's just put it that way. But
and the American ambassador, was that Walter Stossel or who?
I don't know. It didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was Dobrynin was number one power in communication with Moscow.
But that was the official channels. But there seems that there were also unofficial channels.
Well, that had to be.
And one of them was, it seems, Norman Cousins, who was against nuclear weapons and somehow was able to pass letters back and forth that reached Khrushchev.
I'm trying to think back. I haven't talked about this before. My first encounter with Dobrynin, as I said, he arrived in '62, a phenomenon unusual, a member of the Central Committee. And I was attending some months after this in '63. I went to one of these Washington galas, the White House press corps roast of the president, or one of those. We have those events. And when you're invited, you get a seat with a name card. You don't sit where you want, you sit where your name card is. So I sat down. This distinguished looking gentleman sat next to me and said, "Hi, I'm Hal Malmgren." He said, "Yes, I know you. I am Ambassador Dobrynin." So all my alarms went off. That's not accidental. He chose to sit there. I'm sure. So I'll have to be careful. And he just chatted in a friendly way. Your name is well known in Russia. Long before you're at these heady levels of decision making, I said, why is that? He said, you are named after your uncle, whose name is identical to mine. He said, he was really famous as a chess player, especially among all the security people who were nuts about the KGB and others about chess. He was a chess champion. And he played many Russians. I said, so he said, you were identified as the progeny of that Harold Malmgren, which in our way of thinking is that's good bloodlines. And so we chatted about that, and how coming to Washington was a surprise for me. He said, well, you've landed at the center of everything. I said, yeah, I'm surprised. He said, yeah. He said, I gather you were in there with the generals. I said, how would you know that? He said, our system is far more thorough. You should be aware of that than you might imagine. I said, yeah. He didn't ask me about what took place, except to say, you emerged as someone who was able to talk down the most belligerent American military official of all time, or of our time anyway. And so he said, made you of interest. How did you do that? Well, like a good chess player, how did you win? And so later, we had these encounters, I don't know, once a year or something. Unplanned, he was found me. Let's have a chat. And he did ask, I had never talked about this. He did ask me one time, why is everyone so excited about these unidentified flying objects?
Really?
He just, innocently, he wasn't trying to pump intelligence out of me about anything specific. He was very careful. I said, because it's something we don't control. It's quite simple. Whatever it is, we feel threatened because we only feel safe when we are in total control. He said, nations are never in total control. There are always unexpected challenges. I said, yeah, but tell that to somebody in Washington. Would you? I mean, they are not students of history in Washington. You know, the emergence of new threats, it's not something we easily absorb. It's not our culture. We're either triumphant or not. And winning the Second World War made us feel really superior. So he said, there's something there. I remember he said, that is dividing your country, but maybe could unify our two countries. That's the way he said it.
And this is about the UFO subject.
So extraordinary.
Wow. That's
He probed it. I think he was looking for me to say something, but I was not privy to those letters between JFK and Khrushchev.
And there are rumors that JFK wanted to do a joint space program with the Soviets around this stuff and use the UFO thing as kind of a unifying, rallying cry or something.
Well, he was, number one reason, let's not be misguided by these events to think it might be us versus them, that this is not Russia or the US. So we need an early warning system. Those things that you see are not ours. All right, that makes sense. How it extended beyond that to the other idea, maybe we should work together. Put the swords down and let's come up with a way to develop our futures without being mortal enemies. Now that switch, my understanding, was definitely in Kennedy's mind. And so, did I see any? No, I didn't. But some people did. The fact that he expressed verbally to a number of the senior people his desire to share our knowledge of UFOs with Russia caused alarm among some officials in Washington. Now, Curtis LeMay definitely. But that was one of many things that JFK and he were fighting about. So, but it seemed to alarm people at CIA, or some people at CIA. CIA is a big organization.
There is this letter that was FOIA used the Freedom of Information Act to get out of the government in 2005, and it's of controversial provenance. So we should caveat that to the audience. But it's a letter from JFK to acting CIA Director John McCone after he had fired Dulles, and he's basically saying we need to coordinate. I need all of the data on quote unquote unknowns in sensitive airspace from NASA because we need to coordinate better with the Russians so they don't mistake these unknowns as acts of American aggression. And that is basically saying I need all the UFO data so I can better coordinate with the Russians and we don't end up in some horrible bomb out scenario due to the UFOs.
How do we deconflict?
How do we deconflict?
How do we create a regime for deconfliction so that we don't inadvertently fire and it's not the Russians, or vice versa?
And in the 1971 SALT Treaty,
it's written into it.
It's that sort of same language is written into it.
It's in there.
And so do we think that this letter might be real, this 2005 FOIA letter? Or?
Very likely.
That's amazing. Do you think that UFOs played any sort of part in JFK's death?
This is pure speculation until we see. But do I think so? Yeah. I think it was probably the number one issue.
Why do you think that?
Because from what I've read,
hold up. What's going on? I'm trying to, hold on. Okay. Where am I? What up? Shut up, dude. Goddamn apps. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, dude, all that Angleton and Dick Bissell connection is fascinating. Wow. That answers a lot of questions, though. Like, it's the Dick Cheney, like that's who's doing this. It's makes a lot of sense, though, It's like the Dick Cheney of that generation is running the Knights of Malta, Yeah, dude, we need to look into this Knights of Malta shit because that makes a lot of sense. I always wondered about that, like why the Knights of Malta has all the special treatment. If that's like the nerve center for the UAP response, that would make a lot of sense. Hold up. My TikTok's done. I kind of want to keep listening to this. I know, like, Jesse's a fascist and all, but, oh well. We got, like, take our pick from, like, different varieties of fascist. It's all of our options now.
not what I know, because I don't know anything about the actual documents sent by JFK to Khrushchev. But what I've read is that he wanted to talk openly about the UAP phenomenon and the basis for why don't we stop fighting with each other and join forces with and make peace.
And he also wanted to reduce the nuclear arsenal on both sides.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that was also a threat and challenge to
Dulles
certain part
hated
of the
that.
community. Yeah.
And Dulles
They still
specifically
hate
hated
it
that
now.
vis-a-vis
Again,
China because it was like if we didn't have nukes, they would outman us.
no, yeah, I think it's still one of the reasons too, right? Is that they want to be like they have such an outsized power. English. Why did my fucking I don't know. That just no. Let's see. Magenta. Yeah, dude. No. I mean, my shit to be darker. What the fuck? Hmm. Mm. Background opacity. No. Mm. I need that ink to be darker. What the fuck? Um. Uh, I don't know what happened to it. All of a sudden, it's impossible to see now. Mm. Window color? What's that? Hmm. 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 Okay, whatever, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what happened to it. It just all of a sudden started showing up like that.
Yeah, it was worried about numbers.
So so you think maybe in some of that correspondence it was let's work together on the non-human intelligence or alien issue. It's funny. Douglas Caddy, who is the lawyer of Howard Hunt. Howard Hunt's this known CIA longtime spook who shows up in all sorts of he's like the janitor in Watergate or whatever.
It's incredible.
And he Douglas Caddy says I kept asking Howard Hunt what was the JFK murder actually about, and he kept giving these kind of deflection answers, and then finally he says
Oh yeah, that's what
it
I
was
saying,
about
yeah.
the alien presence.
Yeah, like even now, it's like they continue like I think that's one of the main reasons why they can't admit that the UFOs are NHI, right? Is because that'll be a huge blow to their power, the people who run the nukes, right? Like the whole UFOs and nukes thesis is just the one of the most compelling things. Like if you wanted to convince the world, you could present the evidence that is in the fucking what's his name, um, whatever the fuck his name was, Hastings, right? You could present like some of his witnesses or whatever.
Yep. I think
no.
it was.
That's fascinating.
I think JFK fully knew all about UFOs long before he became president
What gives you conviction in that?
because he was,
It's funny. Jesse usually wears like fucking sweatpants and like fucking ripped up T-shirts and all, and then he goes to meet Harold Longer and puts on a fucking collared shirt.
in naval intelligence for a while. He learned most of it from Forrestal. He was in the intelligence, and
Forrestal was Secretary of the Navy before becoming Secretary of Defense.
yeah, and Forrestal fully briefed him and talked about it. And he talks about it. And you'll have to do the history, but he was fully briefed by Forrestal.
How do we know Forrestal knew about UFOs? Because there are tons of rumors. He, managed Admiral Byrd, who engaged in
I mean, he
Operation
said a
High
lot
Jump,
of stuff.
bringing probably like 70 or so ships
was a
and
4-hour
33, I think,
interview.
airplanes and almost 5,000 men down the coast of Argentina and towards Antarctica. And they reportedly encounter all these flying saucers that are shooting at them with lasers. But
Well, they
other
are
than
though,
that,
right? Like that's what happens in the book. Is it becomes increasingly obvious. First of all, like the testimony from the book, it cuts out in like the early 70s or something. Like most of the witnesses are from the 60s and before. Um, but one of the last witnesses they have in there, he says that like he got sent out to the same silo over and over again to fix the same part. And then finally, like one night he was out there and the UFO flew over while he was fixing it, and it was like telepathically talking to him and saying, we're just gonna zap it again as soon as you walk away, right? And he's like, I know, I'm just following my orders or whatever. I forget what else he said, but that was the gist of it. So I currently think that like they would not let us fire a nuke anywhere. I think that like that has been covered up because we haven't had any witnesses talk about that shit since that time period, right? But there's a bunch of them before that, and we still operate most of those missile silos. I'm sure they're having run-ins, but I just think it's mostly for show. I think that the higher ups are aware of that fact, and I think they've probably been looking for ways to like harden, develop missile silos that they can't fuck with, Um, mhm.
Do we have any real, evidence that Forrestal knew about UFOs?
You have to do more research. My research, which tends to be
Yeah, I mean, they're probably doing that too, but I mean, if they can just zap it, like a connector, like a voltage meter or something, right? And it just n- nullifies it. That might be easier than like transmuting the uranium and plutonium.
scattered and until
I'm sure they could.
recently I haven't tried to organize it, but I found several references to Forrestal, for him going to Forrestal with questions and getting answers.
Interesting. Well, JFK was also extremely interested in astrophysics at Harvard and was close with Don Menzel, who was this famous UFO debunker, but who admitted to JFK that he held some of the deepest, clearances across the board, CIA, NSA.
He's also the guy who threw out all the plates from the 52 flyover that Spanish astronomer's been talking about lately.
And Navy. And so maybe there's some sort of connection there. But did you ever speak to JFK about UFOs directly?
No. My interaction with JFK and Bobby
aliens.
was very limited, but I was somehow
I feel
part
like
of
JFK
the
would have been
plan because Sarge Schreiber, the brother-in-law,
space weed,
was
space
the
pussy,
go-between. He talked to me all the time. Sarge Schreiber proposed me for, I don't know, several different jobs, and I declined each one. But I was an accepted inner circle person. But Bobby and Teddy, they were like consumed with events that seemed to be coming at them faster and faster. If I look back at top management, I would have to say they were operating without an adequate buffer system. So my guess is they were overloaded with stuff and didn't have a way of.
Because they didn't have anybody they could
when
trust.
When you're a senator, you have a small staff, but you're operating on your own. You don't know how to run an apparatus. Someone like LBJ came in, he ran the whole damn Senate.
Manziel.
Some multitude of people at low levels. But JFK came in with small,
sort of like the Avi
naval
Loeb of his day.
experience, but seemed to be busy with Forrestal. And
do you think Forrestal's death had anything to do with UFOs? So Forrestal was sort of pushed out of his position as Secretary of Defense.
Yeah.
And he was sort of betting on George Dewey against Truman. And then he ends up in this Navy hospital in Bethesda, Maryland, and he sort of, gets killed by gravity, quote unquote. He's like mid-writing some Sophocles poem. I think his brother Harry Forrestal had met with him the day before, said he was totally of sound mind.
True, a window didn't seem to be openable.
That's right. That was the other thing. Yeah, and it was like his bathrobe was like tied to the whole thing made no sense. So do you think that had anything to do with an interest in the UFO subject?
Probably.
Wow.
But I'm not going to speculate.
Yeah. And so after JFK and all these guys, George McBundy, all these top eights, they go to Los Alamos. They're presumably given the same sort of briefing that you got.
Yeah.
Do you think he then takes an increased interest in UFOs at all?
Yes.
And what makes you think that?
I think JFK somehow saw this moment to make world peace. We weren't worried about China at that moment.
It's probably what the
But
Soviets did.
we and the
left a
Soviets
bunch of
just
Nazi scientists
stopped
somewhere
fighting.
to freeze.
Join forces, exploit what we know together, and deal with this force that we don't understand.
Yeah, and
somehow in that exchange during the crisis itself, there were communications with Khrushchev. We don't know every word. Maybe some of it is recorded. Some of it may have been through Dobrynin, who may have used his lines to. I mean, he had his method of communication that was theoretically, you couldn't impregnate probably. I seem to establish a working discussion between two guys.
And that's a thread that recurs occasionally. Actually, Gorbachev was being interviewed by Charlie Rose.
Yeah.
And Charlie is saying, just talking about, talk to me about your correspondence with Reagan. And Gorbachev goes in a really weird direction that nobody expects. And he says, well, one time we're sitting there, Reagan turns to him and he whispers, he says,
if the United States were attacked by someone from outer space, would you help us? I said, no doubt about it. He said, we too. So that's
JFK
interesting.
was trying to work
Right
with
now, in
Khrushchev
modern
up until he
times,
was killed.
We are
That's-
clearly
I mean, I think the UFO stuff is part of it, but I think it's like about that détente issue, right? I think JFK was in the talks for a comprehensive, UFO disclosure, end of the Cold War, like Star Trek future together. And I think that's why they took him out, right? It's like they were letting him talk because I don't know when they found out about his back channel with Khrushchev, but at some point they found out about it and they knew that talks were progressing and they were about ready to announce something. And then they fucking pulled the trigger, right? But yeah, he was just becoming friendlier and friendlier with Khrushchev. I think a lot of the letters have been released, right? I think you can read some of them.
shooting at these things. The week of the Chinese balloon, there were 3 other
Yeah.
unidentified objects that the military said they shot down. And so here's just a very profound question. If this represents
It's
higher
funny,
intelligence,
like Reagan was probably provoking them, is why he said that shit, right? Because he's thinking in his head probably like, well, if I do a false flag and then the aliens like come back in force, or like if I try to do a Project Bluebeam type situation, can I pull that off?
or even just intelligence, let alone higher intelligence,
Yeah.
is shooting at it the right way to open the conversation.
I mean,
Number
I think
one.
it's always been
Number
these
two, generally speaking,
missile
you're not
salesmen,
supposed to shoot at stuff
basically.
if you don't know what it is. And so are we locked into a kind of 1950s thinking about this thing because it's so secret, it's so compartmentalized, it's so dangerous to national security
So
that
stigmatized.
no one can even really discuss this? And are we missing something quite profound because we won't even ask the question, why are we shooting at something that we don't understand and might represent intelligence of some kind?
maybe they're sort of waiting. There's one of my favorite quotes, Eden Philpott's. It's like, the world is full of magical things, patiently waiting for our wits to get sharper.
Totally.
And there's something about this bi-directional, if we ascend to a certain level, maybe we can have communion with these things, but it doesn't really make sense for them to show themselves to us until then.
Again, regardless of whether it is
we're gonna hurt
real,
them.
since we can't identify it, what I find, again, interesting to observe is the level of fear that exists, and particularly in that official circles, amongst
no doubt.
militaries, because of the lack of control, that it must be dangerous, it must be a threat.
Undoubtedly, they were shooting at them back in the day, right? I think they must have thought they were Soviet or something like that, right? There's no way they could have ever. I think their initial assumption would be to think they were Soviet and try to shoot them down, right? It's not really clear how that went down, but there's a lot of rumors, obviously. Kingman. Oh, you missed it in the beginning. I'm sorry. I put this on 2 hours into it. But he confirmed the magenta stuff, the Mussolini flying saucer. He confirmed all that story, which is really fascinating. Vatican's known for a while.
And you will often hear the discussion of, there's this thing in our airspace. And I'm like, what if we're in its airspace?
Yeah, right,
I mean,
right.
That's just a creative way of thinking.
Yeah.
What's the definition of airspace in a world where we have a James Webb telescope that is literally millions of miles away?
Yeah.
We're probably in a lot of other airspaces that we can't even identify. So it's just, again, given the level of scientific and technological advancement that we, humanity, are capable of, we are sending drones millions of miles away. Why are we surprised if we have something here as well? And so it's the way you begin the thought process on this. I fear we're stuck in this mental lockdown that made sense in 1950.
It's like the shit has been disclosed in a number of different places. It's just they don't publicize that fact. They don't want to draw your attention to it. But like the documents from this event, the Blue Girl Triple Prime thing, there's declassified documents you can see about that describes them like bringing on board an exotic craft of some sort, right? I forget what it says exactly, but it's like retrieved exotic craft from the ocean or something. There's a bunch of other stuff in there too. It's like, describes what happened, right? Like a fucking flying saucer got taken out by the atomic test and they went and retrieved it.
But it doesn't make sense in 2025.
It really doesn't. Doesn't even make sense from a national security standpoint,
Yeah, but
which
especially not from a national
shouldn't be the
security point of
primary lens through which we see this, but it is an important lens.
No,
And
it's the
it
same
doesn't make
assholes
sense.
who
Yeah, exactly. If you
are,
have this
like,
over compartmentalization
they're
and Cold
killing
War
Bigfoot.
secrecy, where you have these aerospace.
Like these motherfuckers are assassinating Sasquatch probably all over the world just to prevent having to like share the land with anybody. Like they have no problems hiding this from us.
Prime contractors that were sent to do this, so you couldn't use the Freedom of Information Act, or you wouldn't have civilian oversight or whatever.
Plausible deniability.
Plausible deniability. And then you have constant compartmentalization, so the left hand's not talking to the right. You're not getting the proper coordination on the most advanced and exciting and interesting R&D on it.
I would go a bit further, and again, Dan and I have talked a lot about this. There's another layer of this problem, and that is China, Russia, India. They never had what we would call a Cartesian revolution, meaning in the West, the United States and Europe, after Rene Descartes, the philosopher, basically split apart the scientific from the mystical, the mysterious, the religious, the belief systems. And we continue to this day to have this split. And so therefore you can't study this stuff because if it's not repeatable, it's not subject to scientific analyses because that's all about repeatability. But the rest of the world didn't have this split and they still think holistically. And you can have mystical happenings with scientific findings, and that is not contradictory in China, in Russia, in India, across Africa. So the question today is China, maybe in collaboration with Russia, making more progress because they don't have this mental hang-up?
If you wanted to study certain kinds of things related to what's called ESP in the United States, you had to hide it very carefully because you were crazy and the government didn't want people to think they were supporting crazy stuff. But if you wanted to do the work in Russia, go right ahead. Fine, here's your money. Because they're not caught in the religion that says it's not possible.
That's an interesting question. But
Yeah.
we can't bring our science to
True.
it
Debunker
because
culture is
we
so
have an
strong here.
inhibition. And if China can, is it possible that they will announce this first? And that's part of why I think a lot of this is progressing. There's a fear of what is called catastrophic disclosure. And that China says, we have the fastest supercomputers and quantum computers. We have the best artificial intelligence and artificial general intelligence. We got to the moon before you guys in this round,
Dumb
which
fuck.
looks like it's a real possibility. And we have found something. And if that is announced,
The capitalists control
we
everything
in the
and they're
West
running
will
it
go,
into
well,
the
prove
ground.
it. But
That's
the whole
their
rest
issue.
of the
That's
world
the
in that
problem with
moment, the
entire
danger
world.
is all the adulation, admiration of Los Alamos, of NASA. All eyes turn to Beijing. And then we can say, oh, well, but this is not scientific and you can't prove it. But the whole rest of the world is still in awe and wonder. And that is another reason why is not
When you said it like that, I feel like that debunker culture is probably a national security asset. They cultivate that probably so they can discredit if anybody else tries to come out with disclosure first, right? That's really interesting. I didn't even think about that. Like, they keep all these scientists skeptical as fuck. It's like a trade-off, right? Because then you lose them, going for bold achievements, but you gain them like being sickos, ready to like debunk and discredit anybody who says anything that is not approved by like fucking, State Department, right?
our control here in the United States. There's a real possibility that our competitors are racing ahead because they haven't got these mental constraints.
I think that's very well said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I-
Those constraints are
And I hope,
cultivated, though, right?
Policymakers
Like, they
and
want
whoever's
them to
listening to
be
this
like that.
listens to that, and we make real changes accordingly. We're going to do a Explain That Tweet series with you.
Oh, God. The ones that had me going, Dad, what the heck?
I called Curtis LeMay and I said, General, I know we have a room at Wright-Patterson where you put all this secret stuff. Could I go in there?
You're right, bro.
I've never heard him get mad, but he got madder than hell at me, cussed me out, said, don't ever ask me that question.
You said on X that you thought Curtis LeMay had some knowledge of the UAP topic.
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
I never heard him say something about that. But the research that he was into included the nuclear-powered airplane for
Then why
the
would he
better
be so
Project Orion.
the better
like,
bombers. But he
wouldn't
was.
he want to like
I have to
keep
think about it.
tensions low at
I have a
home
reason somewhere
so
in the
he
back of
could
my
get
head.
them to
We're
help us
going to
fight
have a break
aliens?
soon. I'll have to think.
Yeah, he started the RAND Corporation and was interested in Townsend Brown's work as well.
Right.
So
And Rand did write
These
on the
guys-
subject at the beginning.
He
they did,
communism
and
so much.
you know who ended up running RAND was the president of
So
RAND for
much.
over 2 or 3 decades. It was
for
Michael
obvious
Rich, who's Ben
reasons,
Rich's
but-
son. Ben Rich is obviously, the successor to Kelly Johnson at Skunk Works,
Right.
who's responsible for the kind of stealth revolution. So,
All
like-
group
they're
of
just, like,
people are
foaming at
all
the mouth,
interconnected.
anti-
yes,
communist, like,
absolutely. You also said on
just the
X
thought,
that
oh, man.
you have uncovered collaboration between Nikola Tesla and Thomas Townsend Brown.
Yeah, but I said to you informally, I did not get that from any U.S. source,
What
did you
source
get
did you
that?
get it from?
foreign intelligence.
Do you think it is a good source? Do you think it's real?
No reason. Why would somebody tell me that?
Do you know the nature of that collaboration?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because nobody had associated them. Now, as I say,
That's really
I have a
interesting.
network worldwide. It's not a network of secrets, it's a network of trusted people. I mean, during a lot of these recent years, I had friends, the chiefs,
Yeah,
the national
dude, I think
security chief
Townsend Brown,
for the
like,
Japanese
I
prime
think he
minister,
was-
was my buddy for years.
Dad, we should say that after you served Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, you were also an advisor to
'cause
many
there's that
heads
story
of
about
government.
How, like he went, there was Project Blue Book had like picked up material from an event in upstate New York, I think it was, right? And fucking Townsend Brown just showed up at the site and just took all the shit and like fucking immediately got jurisdiction over whatever they wanted. So obviously Project Blue Book was like a show and tell thing for the media, but like they really had, they were low on the pecking order when it came to like jurisdiction over anything. They basically got stuck with like events that were too hard to like lie about, basically. So they had to come up with a swamp gas.
For many European countries, you advised every single Japanese prime minister since Takanaka in 1971. So, I mean, the breadth of the network that he has it's exceptional. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, well, when Nixon went down, Jerry Ford
He's 100 years old.
entered the White House. The first full day, I got summoned, and he was there with Bill Seidman. And Bill Seidman was, in later years, the head of Resolution Trust and the FDIC and all that. Bill Seidman was brilliant. Anyway, he said, Hal, we've got something you want to do. I said, I'm probably going to leave the government soon. Well, don't hurry. We have a lot of things want you to do. But first of all, we want you to arrange with the NSA a new intelligence system where what is reported of interest to Jerry Ford is what he wants and not what the CIA thinks he ought to want. So I did that.
Yeah.
The next morning at 6 a.m., I'm living in Georgetown at the time, somebody knocked on my door. I'm sent by the director of the NSA to give me a morning brief. And then every day I had, I prefer to get up just a hair later. But anyway, and I said, well, Jerry Ford doesn't need to know about the new mistress or the French prime minister. It's not really up his alley. What we do need to know is important things like Russian bookings for ships that might have capacity to move a lot of hours range because we were worried about inflation. So I went through a list of such things. Oh, this is
Freight
wonderful.
inflation? You mean
A few weeks after that, the
like
head of NSA,
entire Cold War?
some general, I don't remember his name now, told me, can you have lunch over here? Yeah, okay. And he said, you're the best client NSA has ever had. You're telling us what you need.
Yeah.
We have huge resources, but we never know what the client wants.
Ah.
So we feed them all kinds of stuff, and we give it to CIA, and then they decide what might be of interest to them. And they emphasize the love life of most important people.
That sounds like a CIA thing to do, or something. just go for the compromise or something.
It keeps their attention.
But
Yeah,
I'm
right.
told that your reconfiguration of the intelligence that goes into the
There's no way
president's
they
daily
didn't try
briefing
those.
remains.
Wow.
And that the NSA can
There's no way they didn't try that, like all the specs from the Vimanas, like that was probably one of the first things they did.
continues to have that input, which they did
And,
not
like,
have.
If they got that craft in Italy, when was that? 32, right? This goes back a lot further than we think, right? Yeah, I really think that like they've known about this, these core ideas for a while, but it's not as profitable as what we have, I think, right? I think everything we have now is like the most profitable version of it possible.
Before that time.
Wow.
I can't even prove that myself, but that's what I'm led to believe. And after I left government,
Well, real quick, Harold, I do want to stick on the Townsend Brown Tesla collaboration. So do you know anything about the nature of that collaboration?
You said naval warfare.
about anti-gravity motion.
Wow. And so Tesla stumbled on this stuff as well because they were both working with high voltage electricity.
Yeah, and I think I really would like to read Tesla's workbooks, but they're all in the
Trump's
hands
got
of.
'em.
You can't have access.
You know who
John
was
Trump
tasked
has
with
them.
retrieving
Dude,
Tesla's
wow.
files?
Dude, Tesla.
John Trump, who was an MIT professor, the
Tesla
world's
and
or the
Townsend
country's leading
Brown
radar
working on
expert at the time, and
anti-gravity
Donald Trump's
naval
uncle.
warfare.
Yeah, but he passed them over, didn't he, to naval intelligence? Isn't that right?
Naval intelligence
I
has it.
don't know.
Okay.
That's interesting. And that goes towards your theories around this stuff. And I'm pretty sure Townsend Brown's stuff was classified by the Navy.
Yes.
So
Yeah, it had to be
Townsend
because he's
Brown,
working on submarines.
Tesla working
he
on
was. Yeah, and he was part of the
anti-gravity.
Navy
That's wild.
up until 1942 when Skunk Works started, and then he joined Martin Vega Corporation. But maybe he was still working for the Navy because he showed up 2 weeks after leaving the Navy. And he sort of left, they said that they dismissed him, but like he had an
sound like
amazing
it.
record. And there's even an FBI file from the time saying he was the country's leading radar expert. So there's something around that story that's very interesting.
It is so fascinating, too, that the public are clamoring for the release of the JFK files, but still no talk of the Tesla papers.
Yeah, nobody talks about
And so what's in there that's of such great importance?
Well, Tesla's another guy. He said he
Wouldn't he have published his shit
communicated with
during his
aliens in
life?
Colorado Springs, and people just, I think they assume that's the quacky part of his work or whatever. They assume that that's ridiculous or whatever. But he said that and so, and then Townsend Brown would constantly talk about space brothers and communication with aliens. He would sleep next to what he called a shortwave radio. He claimed that was how he communicated with them.
Wow.
Well, it's quite possible that there was communication improvised, different ways of, is there a way to communicate?
Yeah.
A shortwave radio would be one not so hard to do. Harder is to get in somebody's head telepathically, especially because we don't grow up thinking that way.
Yeah.
So,
And yet, the U.S. government spent a fair amount of time and money on exactly that issue over the
yeah,
years.
well, to the extent
calling
that
Jay
they
Barber
learned
a
anything
liar?
between that and LSD, we'll never know, but they have some knowledge.
Yeah, because this is an interesting kind of question because Stargate, this psychic spy program started by Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ, originally, most of the guys working on that were part of the technical staff services of the CIA. And it was people like Sidney Gottlieb and a lot of his comrades
Right.
who were working on this stuff. And then post-Church Commission, that kind of changed. But yeah, how far do you think we went when it came to kind of mind control? And, it's clear that one intelligence modality
What's up,
is
Mary?
being able to remote view, draw up Russian nuclear bases, find hostages, all sorts of
Yeah,
things like
according
that.
to those guys,
Even
there's
Jimmy Carter is on
there's
record saying the
something to
craziest
it,
thing of my presidency from 1976 to 1980 was actually this woman, Rosemary Smith,
X-Files
finding a downed
shows up
Tu-22 Russian
wacky
cargo
and
plane.
benevolent.
And she was given all of Africa as a target, and she circled 3 square miles in Zaire,
Yeah.
and they found the plane.
And the next time one of our
Well, like,
space satellites went over that area, we looked.
I mean, well, like the story goes, all of the modern UFO narrative is like, so much of it is dependent on this like power struggle behind closed doors, right? Like, we're told that there's disclosure people and non-disclosure people, which makes sense, right? Like everything that people say about like the nature of the secrecy, it makes perfect sense to me, right? Um, Religious weirdos and like military secret keepers, like those guys love their secrets, and the profitability I think is the main thing, right? I think like any change in that regard I think would just lead to like less military sales. Like our entire fucking world is run by like what's the most profitable military like engagement, like what's the mechanism by which you can like most deploy like the most military equipment globally. It's fucking psychotic. um and the professional debunkers I think is an interesting thing. I'm still thinking about that, right? Like the geopolitical um weaponization of the skepticism is probably how they keep them in check, right? Because people ask that question a lot, right? How come Russia or China is not more upfront with this? And like, first of all, they are, right? Like, Russia's released plenty of documents. China is like, says as much. But like, if they were to come out with like you're trying to do disclosure, they would have all these Neil deGrasse Tyson MFs like, oh, look at these goofy Chinese trying to fucking talk about aliens, hoo, right? Um, and I think that largely prevents it. It's like, like with explosive stories like the biolabs and shit in Ukraine. Like a lot of the foreign press didn't want to touch it because it was so explosive, but like the sourcing was really, really good. Like it's it's like the stories like, oh, the Russians are making it up. Okay, yeah, they're making it up. I've read some of those laundry files. I like his sci-fi books better.
Located the plane where she said it was.
So that's clear, but do you think we've gone farther in their sort of mind control
such a
techniques that we
debunker.
have?
Very likely, but we don't know, do we?
Yeah.
Personally, when I think about always being at some critical point, all these interconnectivities combined, I keep looking for where's the direction coming from. I mean, I don't feel any direct sensing. On the other hand, when I grew up, my mother was a powerful personality, brain. I mean, she could read my mind.
Wow.
She said, why did you do that? And I go, I don't remember doing that. Yes, you do. Let me see. It was 3rd of January, 1942, or something, And how she knew that? So she could do it, but I couldn't do that with her. But on the other hand, I sometimes feel, and there's this hand over me that's lean a little left or lean a little right. That's the closest I have to it.
And now you feel maybe somewhat guided to look into a lot of this, Townsend Brown and UFOs.
I feel guided, and why did I hear about that? Because I showed a deep interest. I sent a tweet saying, why is it I can't see Tesla's work?
Mm-hmm.
What's so important? Is it now, to be honest, as a semi-scientist, let's call it that, I respect the work of Albert Einstein, but his work are conceptual and theoretic, strong on math. Tesla was very much hands-on when he's learned about electricity, its application in everything, the movement of electrons that far transcends powering lights in your room, which led him into physical movement, transposition, whatever term you want to use. But all of that's buried, but he was way, way out there. I mean, in my mind, he was equal to or even stronger than Einstein.
I agree with that.
I mean,
well, Einstein was never an experimentalist. Tesla was doing real
that's it.
experiments.
He was, if I say, he was cerebral. You know, it was all mental, conceptual.
To me, it's almost like Einstein put a governor on our physical progress in reality. And actually,
I agree with that. He made physics go that way.
yes.
Whereas Tesla was trying to pull physics that way.
Yes, and the experimentalists make the most progress, and often they're poor theoreticians, and they don't actually have the proper frameworks to really understand what they're doing.
Yeah.
But they're, I mean, I think in the case of Tesla, Townsend Brown, and a bunch of other cases, they're sort of really at the operating at the boundaries of human knowledge, and often it's with high energy physics or particle accelerators, things like that, where we're doing things in the physical world that are kind of breaking prior limits. And sometimes it's in microscopy and just getting to lower levels of granularity. But I think that begets so much more progress than guys, with chalkboards, just like writing equations.
So this comes up against another issue, and you and I were talking with Eric Weinstein the other day about this,
They skipped
which
the
is,
nuclear emulsion stage.
did we create a
They didn't
kind
study
of
nuclear interactions
invisible
enough. They
glass
went
or
down to
perspex
particles.
wall? And many technologies,
could do
particularly in the
weapons.
nuclear space, were placed on the other side. And so you could only study them, or get involved in them if you had a classified status and you joined a government lab or an approved academic lab. But if you tried to do things with nuclear physics in your garage, you were going to be arrested. And people have been arrested over the years for attempting these things. Well, that pushed a lot of theoretical physics into the don't touch arena. And now, because of incredible advancements in computational power, in the kind of devices that gather data, basically you can't lock it away the way you used to. People are able to uncover it. And maybe that is part of also what is causing this UAP issue to bubble up to the surface, is because it's very hard to keep a lock on it now. You can classify the Tesla papers, but human beings are still starting to figure out what Tesla figured out. And today, there's been talk of, for example, Andreessen and Horowitz, who are two of the leading venture capitalists alive today, who have recently been discussing the previous administration's attitude towards math, because they don't want some teenager coming up with an artificial intelligence that would have wide-ranging consequences. So they started to think we could lock that down.
One of the things we argued in our meeting with the White House on AI policy was, look, there are going to be issues that come from AI, but they should be regulated. The regulation should happen at the application level, not at the technology level.
Yeah, and he argued with me when I said that.
Well, so Ben basically said, look, it doesn't make sense because to regulate AI at the technology level, you're regulating math, and of course we're not going to do that. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And you'll recall that what they said was, no, actually,
we can classify math.
We can classify math, and literally, this is verbatim. We classified whole entire areas of physics in the nuclear era and made them state secrets, of the theoretical
physics,
science of physics.
And they're like, wait, what?
So like, what? Yeah, like physics is supposed to be open source.
And so you start to wonder, is Eric Weinstein right that physics went down a certain road because there was a wall?
Yes.
And now the weight of new innovations is crushing that wall.
Well, that brings, another Explain That Tweet series. So we have, Harold, you wrote, questions appearing regarding successor to AEC. AEC is the Atomic Energy Commission.
Right.
Department of Energy now oversees all national labs, including nuke research and security. National labs also include advanced research on other potential security threats, such as biotech, all subject to DOE, Department of Energy, R&D classifications. So are you saying here that our most advanced science is not occurring in the labs or hallways of MIT, Harvard, Stanford, but in fact at these DOE research facilities?
Yes.
I guess that's just a mic drop moment.
Let me give you an example. I became really close friends with Senator Howard Baker. I mean, he would have made a great president. But anyway, I worked with him, talked to him a lot. We became friends.
I mean,
he had
you could have
me
put a
and
lot of
my
credibility in the
wife at that time down.
Deathbed confession from like a presidential insider, from like peak, like the Cold War, like like the 60s on forward, right? Like this guy was like in some shit. And if he says they, yes, there was fucking NHI presence, there's something, we don't know what the fuck they are. He said that thing about how they came from the ocean or whatever, right? He said that they didn't come from space. They're coming up from the oceans, he said. right? An oceanographer said that recently, which that jives with the stuff the Navy say about the hundreds of miles an hour ships that go flying past them, faster than anything we have. I think that fucking 4chan story from last year, I think that sounds like there's a lot of correct things in there. But I don't know how you like be like, oh yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, right? How could you say that? You know, like it's like Kennedy's science guy. Yeah, he knows. Uh, mm, mm. Like he said explicitly, Dick Bissell gave him a briefing on fucking NHI technology. You know. Uh, he did. Oh, there's a terrorist attack in India that he caused. Was it the Baluchistan? That's their thing over there. They use it to blow up Chinese Belt and Road sites.
His country house several times. And he said one day, I want you to go up to Oak Ridge and spend some time with them. And I said, oh, I didn't know you were attached with them. I thought you were attached with Tennessee Valley. He said, yeah, but, I live in Tennessee. I'm nearby. You can imagine that we are intimately interconnected. I would like you to spend a few days talking to them about the technologies they're working on that might be made commercialized in some way or other, because they don't have that in their work agenda. They just develop and develop. But he said, I just have a feeling that a lot of that should be made public. So I did. And they had really interesting stuff going on, areas that you'd never think of. The most impressive one was when somebody said, we know more about filters than anybody in the world. And I said, filters. I said, like filters for the water supply. I said, filters of molecules, filters of any moving elements of our system.
Wow.
And
filters.
We don't have a purpose for all this, but they're very important in refining nuclear weapons. That's why we do it. I said, it's of great value in biotech and in management of the water supply is only one of many things. But it should be, we don't have a mechanism for generalizing what we're doing. And it's too much work to say, let's deregulate. So we don't want to get tangled up with all that stuff in Washington. So we just do what we're doing. It stuck in my mind. And why it stuck, when AT&T was on the eve of being broken up, AT&T hired me as the final witness before Judge Harold Green. And I got into, the United States is not ready for a total breakup because, number one, Bell Labs is where all our really advanced science is. They said, how do you know that? Because I went to Bell Labs. I spent a week there. I'm telling you, that's where all the brain power is. And I said, the second reason is our industry, we don't have Panasonic and all these other companies ready to build all the phones for all the offices. We're not ready. So if you're going to do this, it should be done in stages. The Department of Justice guy kept getting up. I objected his testimony is not part of the case. And Judge Green shut them down and said, this is the first man talking about anything relevant and of interest to me as a human being. So just let him talk.
Do you believe, because we're talking about Bell Labs, that's part of this narrative of this guy, Philip J. Corso, who was working in the Army on what he claims to be the Foreign Material Exploitation Desk. He says that as part of that role, basically crash materials from Roswell were given to him to dole out to private industry, and mainly it was given to Bell Labs. He says that Kevlar, lasers, and transistors were all derivative of this alien technology.
Could be.
Wow.
So you'd say possible, but not, you don't have any evidence for that?
No, but it could be.
Okay.
And let me interject, something that keeps coming up in conversation about this issue
I don't know why the
is
feds
I hear a lot of
deliberately
look for the technologies where there's no on-ramp.
I don't know why Corso would want to like say, take away from the achievements of American scientists unless he was telling the truth, right? That seems like a weird false flag narrative to put out there. Like, oh, look, I know you think I have talented scientists working for me, but actually they just got it all from this alien shit, you know? Like, if it's true, that's one thing, but like if it's an op and you're just like coming out with this storyline for the world, I don't understand why you would do that, you know?
I go, what do you mean on-ramp? I mean, you can't find the research history that led to it. Those are the interesting ones to pay attention to. They're not saying it's definitely from this particular source.
They
They're
come
just
out of
saying
nowhere.
the ones that come out of nowhere, those have interesting stories.
So fascinating. And
Where's
Harold, do
Stacey
you believe,
Abrams?
because you're interested in Townsend Brown to begin with, presumably this source gave you this information on Townsend Brown collaborating with Tesla, which, if that's true, that is
Filters?
remarkable and needs to be
He's-
known more broadly.
I don't know if that was a
do you think that
non-sequitur,
Townsend
but
Brown
he said
discovered
we had the best
anti-gravity?
filter technology?
I don't know, but somebody just
Do you think he got
posted
off
on
track
the
there?
internet the workbooks of Townsend Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And I downloaded the whole thing. It turns out to be 500 pages. I haven't got it on my telephone.
He's very excited about it.
That's amazing.
I'm going to go through it.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there, I will find something. So I can't answer your question right now.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
but I think Tesla
I
anyway
don't know
was
if like
on this track.
anti-gravity, but I think something, right? I think
movement
those
of
flying
electrons
saucers. I think they figured out at least that.
repositioning of just about anything.
Like it seems like there's some
What
man-made
what
flying
exactly does that
saucers
mean?
out there.
What's the term?
You know?
Remote
Transmutation.
transmutation.
Interesting.
At
Of
minimal.
elements.
Yeah.
So that's so
then
interesting
probably those
because
black
when I
triangles,
go
too.
deep enough on the Townsend Brown stuff with certain scientists, they'll say that it gets into that, the transmutation of elements thing. And that's actually why this stuff was shut down, because there are more dangerous
You're saying Bell Labs?
implications around that
You said Bell
than
Labs
the
was
anti-gravity
all of our
stuff.
advanced tech
Well,
was?
look at today.
Advanced
Again,
research was?
I'm a bit involved in the world of
That makes a
artificial
lot of sense,
intelligence.
though,
We
back in
already
the
are
day,
able to
right?
create what are called programmable materials, where you can specify the behavior of the material
Programmable
and use
plasma.
materials as a data transmission mechanism. So suddenly you're dealing with things and capabilities that don't fit traditional parameters. Let's add to that, because of Google's new Sycamore supercomputer and their new Willow chip, they're already discovering basically the recipes for creating new materials atom by atom by atom, which is a revolution in human history. Because in the past, you had to start with, a tree to make a
good luck
table
with that.
out of wood or a boat, right? But today you can start with what is the requirement? What are the characteristics that I need? And then build that material atom by atom by atom. So suddenly, we have, I think they've said 380,000 new materials and 2 million new crystals that no one's ever worked with before. And this will
those new
only
crystals.
continue now. So these ideas that you can have materials that do strange things is no longer insane. Like, we're building them.
What this allows you to do is to devise it in here and make it over there.
Also,
So you
yes.
can make it anywhere once you have the concept. It's a cookbook.
It's a cookbook, yeah.
Okay, so it's the JFK administration. You're this young whiz kid, and you see this kind of rupture in the administration where JFK says he's going to scatter the CIA to the winds. Dulles gets fired. He's kind of licking his wounds back at the Brown Brothers Harriman, which is this firm that sort of formed the CIA to begin with, and he is plotting possible revenge against
They
JFK.
dominated the Yellow Pages.
So
of the
what do you
game
think
for a long
happens from
time.
there? Do you think Dulles had anything to do with JFK's assassination?
Well, they say they are going to release all those papers now.
That's right.
So we'll see. But what does all those papers mean? I mean, like one version or all the versions?
Have you ever met a guy named Danny Sheehan by any chance?
Pippin knows him.
So, what do you think of? Because you tweeted.
Yeah,
this was the first time I was so
dude,
like, I was like,
Pippin's,
wow,
like,
I'm
right
on
up
Harold's
Danny
radar. This is
Sheehan's
amazing.
alley.
You
It's
tweeted
like
Jesse from American Alchemy just went
They're on
over
the same
a lot of the
wavelength.
history around the JFK assassination with Danny Sheehan.
Yeah.
And so I felt like that was maybe somewhat of an endorsement of the Danny Sheehan narrative of what happened.
Yeah, of course Sheehan narrative is correct.
Pippin knows him. Pippin knows him even better now. I'm about to know him, it seems.
Oh,
Nice.
And then he died.
Do
Jesse
you
killed
think,
him.
so his narrative is that Nixon, who was head of the 5412 committee under Eisenhower, along with being his VP, he was working with Howard Hughes to create this quote unquote S-Force, which was this kind of elite kind of sleeper cell unit. And they were going to take out Che Guevara and Castro. And that ends up not happening. The Bay of Pigs occurs, and Eisenhower leaves, and JFK comes in, and they sort of move into get rolled into these other special ops programs, Mongoose and Foxtrot. And then once JFK fires Dulles is kind of licking his wounds at the Brown Brothers Harriman, and he recommissions this S-Force, which is full of these Cuban exiles who've been militarized originally to take out Che Guevara and Castro, but in fact this time around to take out JFK. Do you think that there's any credence to this story?
Yeah, that's
There
definitely
are
what
quite
happened.
a few stories. When I was 6 years old, my father moved us
Yeah.
to
That was a great summary, Jesse.
first to Providence, Rhode Island, and then to a community a little further along Narragansett Bay. And
I gotta rewind
And
it for that
suddenly I
Knights of
found
Malta
myself
part. He thinks the Knights of
in a
Malta is where all the
community
crank shit is.
which was totally dominated by the Sicilian mafia.
And he named all the famous
In
spooks
fact,
who were
most
Knights
of
of
Rhode
Malta,
Island was.
which is
Interesting.
weird.
And the dominant mafia figure for Boston was, the overseer was Providence. And I grew up in this environment where in school, if one male got to be a bully, out of nowhere, around near closing time for school, a couple of big guys would come in, grab him, take him out, beat the shit out of him. And then they told us the next day, he won't bully you anymore. And so I later on began to ask the police, how does it work here? I said, no disorganized crime.
No disorganized what?
No break-ins, no bullying, no wife beating, no disorganized crime. Organized crime definitely is protection. And all those stories about mafia movies, I mean, I grew up in all that. Yeah, this is the way it works. And I met a lot of these people. Not my culture, I wasn't even Catholic. They're all Catholic. But I learned a lot about it. Now, let me tell you, it's very interesting to me. The first time I met the Prime Minister of Italy in 1973, along with Pete Peterson, who'd been sent over by Nixon to do a kind of tour of the world.
Peterson.
I sat down. He said, Mr. Malmgren, I've been looking forward to meeting you. Pete, you won't understand this. Let me explain. Hal here knows all about the Sicilian way. He grew up in it. He understands it. I know what he knows. So let me explain before you start some lecture on the confusion of state and crime in Italy. We had all these communist troublemakers, red brigades, all kinds of stuff. The only way the church and the state could fight, we had to use the mafia. Because they could do things we couldn't
Because they
do.
were fucking popular.
Okay.
People would vote
So,
for them because they
yes,
were
there was
like,
a triumvirate
fucking good.
that ran Italy for a long time, and it was an alliance
You just
of the
justify
Pope,
Gladio.
the Vatican, the
Oh my
elected
God.
government, and the Sicilian mafia.
We'll let the audience interpret that analogy as an answer to the JFK question.
When I met, Chris Herter had been governor of Massachusetts before he'd been in Congress and governor of Massachusetts before he became Secretary of State. So I asked him one day, I said, how did you ever do that? I said, you're a straight shooter. Why did you ever take that job as governor of Massachusetts? He said, what do you mean? I said, you can't run the state of Massachusetts without running Boston. You can't run Boston without the mafia. He said, oh, you asked the same question my wife asked me. Why are you, Chris, are you doing this stupid thing? Why do you want to take it on? He said, I puzzled, I thought, and he said, I'm going to establish a principle. And it worked for me. I said, what was the principle? I announced that I will not meet with anyone for any reason outside government without members of the press president. And he said, no one from the mafia could come to talk to me without me inviting the press in. So they had to use indirect, and I could always wave them off saying, I'm not going to even say, is that a threat? I'm going to ignore you. He said, I just insulated myself totally.
And he was independently wealthy as well.
Yeah.
So he couldn't be bought.
He said, they can't touch me.
great.
I'm really wealthy.
Yeah.
So I felt like asking, how you want to spare me a little money?
But I think it's so interesting. How did the Prime Minister of Italy know? And the answer must be that because you grew up in that community.
They knew, he knew all
they
about
knew
it.
you, they knew your
I
dad.
never told anybody about it. He knew all about it.
Wow.
You know, so that's a different network.
Yeah.
And that same day, I said, I want you to go across the river to the Vatican and meet
He's probably running out of steam.
Archbishop Martinkus, the head of the Vatican Bank.
Whoa.
So Pete, would you two please go over there? I've already arranged the cars outside. They'll drive you over. You won't get stopped. You're coming from me to see the Archbishop. You go over there. Martinkus, former Archbishop of Chicago. Big
The
guy.
mafia was
tall,
always like a red herring.
black
right?
robe,
It was the fucking
cowboy boots.
It was Lansky's syndicate.
Leaning
that
back,
was
smoking a
the
big fat
actual
Cuban
fucking,
cigar.
you know,
He started off the same way. Pete, I've read all about you. Glad to meet you. And Mr. Hell, I think he said.
The Italian shit was
here,
like for show, right?
He understands
They did,
everything,
like,
but
the
so bear with me. I will explain to you. Hell will explain more if you have
thug
questions
bullshit.
later. and I looked
other
up and he
guys were
said, we
pushing
know
weight.
about you from your boyhood with a lot of our associates in the mafia.
Got that CIA weight.
So then he proceeded to talk about the tripartite way of defending themselves against communism. I remember coming out of Pete said, how the hell does he know all that? I said, search me, I don't know. But there was movement between Sicily and people living in near where I was.
Yep.
And I met a lot of these people. They never said, boy, when you grow up, you can be one of us. I wasn't one of them. I wasn't Catholic. I wasn't. So anyway, but it was interesting.
Well, it sounds like the Italian government and the Vatican were tied into, they had mob ties in the U.S.
Totally.
And that connectivity allowed them to understand who you were to begin with.
No question.
That's amazing. Do you think there's like a deeper layer to politics that people are unaware of that, you know, I mean, even outside of the talks of like a quote unquote deep state or you know, unelected bureaucrats running the government, like is there something even deeper at play that's sort of transnational?
Yeah, the answer is yes. I'm sitting here in this facility. People don't realize if I push a button to call Putin my call, right now, this minute.
You could call Putin right now, this minute.
Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
You have a direct line to him right now?
Yes, because I told you the story of writing a long essay about him, and then writing a second version of that.
Yeah.
Yep. And they were trying to establish a back channel, and Obama shut down the back channel that. Yeah.
We've probably never needed this back channel more than we do today. Harold understood Putin's psychology, and with tensions between the US, Russia, and China running high, Harold's deep expertise on nuclear game theory and his former close friendship with conflict escalation expert Herman Kahn would be eminently useful.
Too bad you killed him, Jesse.
I was identified early as the person whose name they were familiar with, the chess player.
Dude, you're a million years old.
And it builds slowly. In 1982 or something, I was with Kissinger and George Shultz and a couple of other people in Moscow. As an aide, we were invited to watch the ballet, and we were going to be seated in the Tsar's box.
I mean, he told the story. I don't know if you guys missed it or not.
As usual,
he told a story about like he was the one who talked LeMay out of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Like he was going to bomb. Like they had reached the deadline and they were going to bomb, and he claims he's the one who talked him down. or he just like frustrated him. He kept asking so many questions. He's like, okay, where are you gonna bomb? Moscow. And then, okay, who are you gonna talk to after you bomb them? Like he would just like short circuit, and he just kept doing it. Like that was his job. He was like the smart aleck kid from fucking whatchamacallit, McNamara's office. He was McNamara's guy, right? But he was in the fucking room with the generals like during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and I mean that sounds pretty plausible, right? That like they eventually ran down the clock, right? Because the Soviets turned around. But like there was a period in there where they were by their, by what they had threatened, like they should have already launched. Well,
Everybody went to the seat of the Tsar. And one of the KGB people said, Henry, not tonight. Not tonight. That seat is for Dr. Malmgren. And he said, what? There must be some misunderstanding. He said, no, we know him. He is the shadow of his uncle. You are not one of the world's great chess players. You may think you are. And he may not be yet, but he comes from that bloodline. And in honor of him, he will sit in that chair tonight.
You big chess guy?
It was intended humiliation of Kissinger.
Yeah, Kissinger must have not been very happy.
I think he melted down.
Since
Yeah,
then,
like,
I was
missed
already
the
at war
story.
with Kissinger on other issues. He really got pissed off.
So they give you the seat?
It's
that
probably
it's
not to
supposed
show
be
it, but it was out of
Kissinger's?
proportion. Preposterous, Anyway, yeah, he didn't forget it. I didn't forget it, but I never rubbed it in. As the Soviet system was collapsing, the Russian Republic was falling together, and Yeltsin became the first president. At that time, 1992, I was invited to a meeting in St. Petersburg, Russia, by the mayor of St. Petersburg. And at that time, the deputy mayor was Vladimir Putin. And a number of Americans from business and diplomats and top Soviet officials, outgoing, incoming Russian officials, heavily loaded with what they call the siloviki, the security people, who were looking for new careers. And so gathering, I don't know, 75, maybe up to 100 people in the hall as the meeting opened, before, when you have drinks and before you sit down and all that. And somebody comes to grab me, and I recognize him, Yevgeny Primakov. Now, Primakov, who was he? He was officially National Academic Council or something. It was an official body supervising research in all fields. And he was in charge of Asia, from China to the Middle East. But he had known KGB connections. And in fact, many people thought he was a key official. Anyway, I had met him in earlier years, and he grabbed me by the elbow and marched me over. So some of you need to meet. And he introduced me to Putin. He said, this man is rising. He will soon be very important in Russia. You should know him. Now, I knew enough to realize that that was not an accidental meeting. Primakov looked for me, found me in the crowd, brought me over. It was intentional. Now, Putin was standing there talking to Kissinger. He did know Kissinger. And Primakov said, excuse me, Henry, but Vladimir needs to know someone else. Kissinger looked at me and said, how the hell did you get into that? Anyway, he drew me away from Kissinger. Kissinger believed he was the only channel, and it was through Primakov. But Dobrynin may have done this with more than me, but I had a channel directly with the Russians at his choice. And but he introduced me to Primakov. When I went to Moscow, Primakov wanted to get to know me. I was treated not as partisan of anything, but as someone who could be trusted to carry an idea, explore it, and get an answer back. That's something different. I was very mindful of not getting crosswise with our intelligence system. Kissinger thought he was the #1 communication channel between Russia and America in the back channel. There's a history of why he and I had conflict. It's a very elaborate history.
Interesting.
Because of my assignments and his predilection, it all really related to the large role in U.S. trade legislation that had a restriction on opening trade relations with Russia because of the Russian treatment of emigres of Jews from Russia to either to the U.S. or to Israel.
What?
And for a while I worked with the Senate, and Senator Abe Ribicoff was the senior Jewish political leader in the American system. And as Abe told me, Jake Javits is my partner. He's #2. And the chief executive of Seagram's in New York is the treasurer. It's a structure. We give guidance to AIPAC and other bodies. But we represent the Jewish community, and I want you to take on the task of negotiating with the Russians about this issue of Jewish immigrants. I said, Abe, I'm not Jewish. He said, I knew that. I've been looking for someone like you for a long time. It had to be somebody who didn't have Jewish grandmothers or grandfathers or cousins. I didn't want family quarrels in the middle. I wanted someone with clean hands. You're the first person I've met who's as smart as us Jews.
Oh, gosh.
So I said, well, I think that's enough. We had a laugh about that. And I did act as the intermediary. In fact, I was sent to Jerusalem and got briefed by Mossad, by Shin Bet. And fully, I got several days of full-blown explanation of what goes on between Israel and the U.S. in the dark world of intelligence. Startled the CIA. Who the hell was I? But, I was operating at the request of the senior political figure in the Jewish community, so nobody was going to mess with me. Anyway, but the Russians were impressed by being kicked out to do this out of all the different people that could. So all of this was in play in the background. So somehow the old Soviet guard working through Yeltsin said, Putin has to meet Harold. We don't understand Harold, but he always pops up in the important places.
Yeah, you're like Zelig or something.
Yeah.
And then you actually dine with him one-on-one.
Yeah.
You converse with him. You talk about what you learned from that relationship.
You can find, I wrote at the time of the invasion of Ukraine, I wrote my impressions of Putin.
Сегодня, основываясь на результатах референдума, который прошел в Крыму, опираясь на волю народа, вношу в Федеральное собрание и прошу рассмотреть конституционный закон о принятии в состав России 2 новых субъектов Федерации – Республики Крым и города Севастополь.
You should look up later in Unheard. I wrote 2 essays about Putin.
You should feature them on just a little link to them because they're very important.
There's so much. It's like...
As I said, I didn't meet Putin by accident. They arranged for me to meet him. They did not ask me to write, but I did. I wrote what I thought he was up to, what he was reasoning was. I didn't criticize him, praise him. All I said was, this isn't his state of mind. He liked the 2 essays that I wrote.
Really?
How do I know? Because he read them.
I'm now going to push a button and call the Prime Minister of Japan. And he said, who will answer? I said, watch. In seconds, the chief of the National Security Council in Tokyo.
Wow.
Answer the phone.
Wow.
So happy to talk with you. Is that something you believe our president should do? And I said, yes. I've given him counsel to improve his speech in English, and he's made leaps and bounds. So I would like you to tell him from me to fly to New York, give an address to the General Assembly, call the Good Morning America, and ask for 7 or 8 minutes interview. And I said, suddenly, your president will become magically an entirely new figure in the eyes of Americans. Because instead of being some maniacal engineering genius, you're leading robots to crush America.
What's this guy talking about?
They'll see him, young people, ill people, journalists, young staff members in Congress. They'll see his face, and they'll hear his words. And sure enough, suddenly he was everybody's friend.
When I went from DOD to Lyndon Johnson, I arrived in October '64. I get called over by General Counsel. LBJ wants you to go on a very secret mission to Tokyo to meet. It's already arranged. I hadn't known, but okay, it's already arranged. You will meet the Japanese Prime Minister. He will be accompanied by some Japanese named Miyazawa, whose English is perfect. He's an official in the cabinet. Miyazawa recently was Prime Minister. Anyway, so I said, okay, what do I do? Said, we'll arrange the tickets. You do not tell anyone in your agency what you're doing. You just take some days off. Chris Herter knows. He approved it, and he said, you're just the right person.
Who knows?
Chris Herter, because
okay.
I was in his aide.
Mm-hmm.
But no one else knows. Don't tell anyone in your agency. Don't visit the American embassy. They don't know you're there.
Don't tell the State Department.
Don't tell anyone. You'll find the entry and exit will be handled swiftly. You deliver this message, and then get an answer, write it down personally. When you get back, if you want to type it up, it's helpful. But don't address it to the president. Don't say on the envelope, eyes only, LBJ, because then 30 people want to see it. So, and I said, well, how do I get it? Here's the name of his personal secretary. She will expect it. She will tell them to give her the envelope if it comes. And you deliver it yourself. They'll let you in the door. You hand over the envelope. That's it. No return address. Don't have your name on it, date, anything. Okay. Well, the origin of this was the Kennedy people were all over Johnson the minute he became president. Are you going to keep all the commitments of John Kennedy? He said, what can I do? They put pressure on this. I said, of course I will. But he said some of those commitments involved something I don't agree with. It was cracking down on imports of foreign nations of textiles. It's been a delicate subject between Eisenhower administration. We already have this elaborate system for import controls, but I think this is all, just to favor a certain group of people. So I want to guide the dialogue with Japan. So I want to say, I'm not going to argue with you about this. We're not going to have legislation, but I really would like your cooperation to ask the industry to slow the pace of expansion for at least a year or two, so that I don't have to address this. Well, we had some other issues with Japan at the time. So I met Sato, and so he was quite happy and said, yes, of course. Came back, passed it on. No one ever knows I made that trip.
And this is the beginning of what we now know as voluntary export restraints. And it was a means of keeping the peace between the U.S. and Japan on this super politically sensitive issue
Japan's
for
economy.
LBJ. And the point is that this is often how presidents do things. They don't always use
official
the official
channels.
system.
Yeah.
They have unofficial cocktails.
At the time, I asked the general counsel, why can't he use secure lines of communication? He said, yeah, well, Signal Corps has their system, but a lot of people listen to it.
Right.
He said, Signal Corps doesn't deny CIA access. And then, since Signal Corps is part of the Army, most of the military knows whatever goes. So you can't use that.
Yeah.
Not to mention the Russians and anybody
Yeah,
else.
well, we got to that. We have all these other. You say something. It's just like if you ever send a message to the president saying "eyes only the president," it's an automatic invitation.
Everybody knows.
Because everybody will. Before the president sees it, they'll have to see it and write a preparatory comment. I'll give you an example. I was given, when Nixon came in, there was a special commission on the transition, a bunch of papers from Dean Rusk to Johnson. Nixon, Nixon was coming in, was felt he should see it. And there was a bunch of papers with a letter from George Ball to the president pleading with, let's downsize this whole Vietnam thing before it blows up in your face. With cover notes that size stapled on from Dean Rusk. Here's George at it again, trying to get in the way of what we must do. I mean, Dean Rusk totally dismissive of everything. Now, interesting, I was told later, tell me how I know this, by his daughter, Linda Bird, that he really valued George Ball. And he read every memo of George Ball. He thought he was the only guy in the foreign policy system that had his brains working. George Ball was always opposed to heightening the war. So, I mean, I knew the daughter because I dated a girl who was best friends with Linda Bird, so I spent evenings with her and her boyfriend playing cards. And so I learned lots of stuff. My own intelligence system.
Lady Bird?
I'm telling you.
Linda Bird?
Well, I'm a human male. It was sometimes beneficial, I have to say, over a lifetime, more not beneficial. Anyway, but that kind of process, there was no secure way unless you sent somebody. And you can't do it in a way that's visible.
Well, I love your in my research, your name always pops up next to Malmgren Inc., which I always found like hilariously nondescript and non-threatening and sort of, just extremely generic.
Yeah, well, I never advertised anything specific.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. It's Soros' job.
You seem to just keep having these interactions with
They got
people
away
kind of
with
on
a
the
lot of those
inside.
in the 80s and
I mean, now we're
90s,
getting into trippier territory, and who knows if this is correct, but it's almost like a sort of mental network or a network of serendipity or something, where you look at your interactions with Carl Compton as young as you were, and then Richard Bissell saying,
he was talking
it's
about,
almost like I need to tell you
letters
this
to the
for some
Atomic
sort of
Energy
unknown reason.
Commission or
And so there's
some
something
shit,
about
and he
that
was
that I
like
find
12.
fascinating.
And particularly on nuclear.
He was like
Nuclear.
I mean,
asking
how many
questions
Americans have sat down and
about,
had
like,
dinner with
radiation
President
effects on
Putin and
the
understand
Japanese.
what he thinks about nuclear weapons and how they might be used, which I think is a story you should tell a little bit about, because it all goes back to the 13-year-old requesting these documents and somehow ends up. Now, I've been told, but Dad won't confirm, that he worked on preventing a nuclear crisis on more than one occasion. But you only tell me about one. And people in the intelligence world are like, oh, your dad is good.
Yeah.
Like, what?
You know
What's
that
going
shit's
on?
going to be
so
classified
I won't make you go there, but you
long as
have
they can keep it
met
classified.
with the leader
if
of
there's
Russia on nuclear
shit like
matters
that,
after
you know?
all of this that we now know.
Wow.
This, I think, is related to the subject.
NHI
and it's
has
important
shut down nukes on
to
more than one
discuss.
occasion, too.
And today, do we have a system for deconflicting the U.S. and Russia
On both sides.
if these things show up? And what is happening practically as we speak? We have unidentified objects flying all over the United States.
Yes.
Not just in New Jersey.
No.
Over nuclear facilities, over weapons arsenals, but it's happening globally.
And the speculation on the people deepest on the subject, people like Robert Hastings, who wrote an amazing book called UFOs and Nukes, and all of his whistleblowers, almost 170 who work, they have Q clearances at these atomic sites, their intuition, you could say a whole host of things as far as why these UFOs show up. You could say they're offensive, which I just don't believe, because they haven't really done too much that's offensive. They've done really nothing.
Well, we shoot at them, but they don't shoot at us.
They don't shoot at us. So all of their first intuition as to why these UFOs show up around our most sensitive sites is because they're trying to show us that our ways are too brutal, and we're going to blow ourselves up, and to kind of make us think about higher things. And so I don't know if you guys think that, but
no, I think that's what it's all about. Plus, if we get too serious with nuclear explosions, we can do lasting damage to the shell of the Earth. We're plumbing deeper and deeper into the center. I mean, we don't know what happens if you start.
Well, there's an optimum of radiation necessary for evolution to occur.
Awesome.
Because you have this kind of intersection between the magnetosphere of the Earth, which actually dictates biological morphology on a pretty fundamental way, and UV radiation, which creates the genetic mutations necessary for natural selection, differential selection. And you are messing with this sort of equilibrium every time there's a nuclear spill. And the really interesting, crazy part is you have a town in Japan next to the Fukushima prefecture called Lino, and it's dedicated to UFOs. And like over 50% of the residents all believe in UFOs. There's a museum dedicated to UFOs. And there, during the spill, they say the UFOs came down, they helped clean up the spill. This monk who guards this temple in Japan. And so it's just fascinating. It's like they're the stewards of the Earth.
Dude, how about those monks who guard the Ark of the Covenant and they go blind when they're 40 and die when they're 50?
It begins with the opening question. As I said, I've felt all the way along these unexpected, interrelated events. There was a message of the madness somewhere, and my mother telling me, just keep doing what you're doing.
You have a purpose.
You have a purpose, and you may not know it until the end. But because I may be approaching the end. Hold on, my doctors say I will outlast my mother. She lived to 100.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah, but my doctors say no. You have no physiological problems, no troubles with
because they had them
like
they had like currency speculators.
You're already lasting longer than most of my interview subjects, so.
I don't understand how they did it, but the way they manipulated the currencies back then, they were able to basically short the currency and get countries by the balls,
former governor of Massachusetts. So,
drive up inflation.
I was familiar with New England. The first Friday, I came to the office. So I said, why am I here? I asked for it. And I said, well, who had a record? He said, the day that you met the professor of MIT, that day your name went in all the important books of talent.
Keeps. That who keeps?
CIA.
Wow.
Not only CIA, but all the majestic, all the guardians. They all took it on themselves to protect the world. So you were chosen, and when you were brought here, I asked you to come to me and to work with me. So you are on a track.
Who said this?
Not for any of us to understand the world and how the world works. It just is.
What? Who said this to you?
Could Harold have been using the moniker Majestic in its counterintelligence context? Absolutely. But he used the word so secondhand, so casually, that he was clearly speaking about some genuine group, in my opinion. A group probably related to continuity of government and contingency plans. Contingency plans for general catastrophes like nuclear events, not just extraterrestrials. These sorts of committees have gone by many names. 5412, the 303 Committee, the Committee of 40. And they probably involve subcommittees we'll never know the names of.
I think they probably just call it Majestic, I bet, like Harold just did there.
On our drive to the hospital, with his oxygen hovering at unsafe levels, Harold maintained the cheeriest of attitudes and could not stop telling stories about his past. There was so much he wanted to get off his chest. We discussed the fact that Putin was trying to set up a diplomatic back channel with Harold in 2009, but that Obama shut that prospect down. We talked about Harold helping Shoichiro Toyota set up the Toyota headquarters in Kentucky. We even talked about the fact that Harold was one of the first people on Earth to break the 4-minute mile after Roger Bannister. Apparently, Harold could repeatedly break the 4-minute mile in his 20s.
Really?
Right as we got to the hospital, we got into trippier territory. Harold said he was engaged in deep research around the mid-century anti-gravity inventor, Thomas Townsend Brown. We discussed Brown's obsession with time travel because gravity is linked with time in general relativity. We talked about how Townsend Brown really believed he had found a missing puzzle piece for time travel. I then asked Harold about the existence of a coordinated group trying to deliberately affect timelines. A very talkative Harold Malmgren went noticeably silent.
Dude, you,
Well, Harold,
you
I
went too
want you to
Craig
take
for him,
care of
dude.
yourself, man. I know
You
we've been
went
talking
too
for an hour
far,
now,
man.
and
Craig Ultra.
I wish I could be with you in person, and I miss you, man, and I want you to just get better. You know, I really hope
The
you,
next
you
day,
rest
my
up. And
package
you have my number, so you can call me at any time if you ever need help with anything. And yeah.
I'm going to be out of here pretty soon.
Okay.
And my health is good.
Good.
Oh, he died the next day, dude. That's cool.
Under the pseudonym Chase Brandon, a CIA agent turned Hollywood liaison wrote a book in 2012. The book discusses a celestial object that telepathically communicates with its recipients. The object also relays critical information about future timelines.
What?
A secret committee is brought together by synchronicities and extraterrestrial beings that seem to know about every one of its members. The committee are an elite group of military and scientific thinkers designated to deal with the issue of non-human intelligence. The main character.
Dude, that would be funny if like there was like crucial details about like the U.S. like Majestic, you know, and it was like a psyop to put the three body problem out and like expose all their shit and say like game theory wise, like yeah, we know what you're doing, MF. Something like that. There was a big thing about the three body problem at the beginning of the video. And he was like required reading for this like spooky group. Like it was like their playbook or something. I forget what he said.
Character of the book is a mathematical whiz kid named Chalmers, who is plucked by the head honchos of the Office of Strategic Services, and then this special committee. He helps the committee navigate the future of humanity and manage complex timelines. He's also taken in and out of a liminal, timeless dominion where he's taught important things by otherworldly beings that go to determine his purpose in life. The common trope in the book is that Chalmers had a purpose. It was a deeply installed, driven purpose, even if it was subconscious. The first page of this book quotes Francis Bacon: "Truth is so hard to tell, it sometimes needs fiction to make it plausible." When Harold called me again prior to his passing, I thought I'd bring up time travel one last time.
What? Bro.
Harold, do you think your life is connected with time travel in any way?
Yeah.
I've thought about this.
I mean,
many,
Townsend
many
Brown
times,
was on this tip though.
and my answer is yes. Nothing else explains. When I called to that MIT professor, I didn't have the slightest inhibition. I was talking as if I knew something. I don't know why I know it. I know it. And in fact, what I did say was breaking through what was known knowledge at that time. So, if you ask me, did I have a purpose? Yes. Now, my mother was the most remarkable person. She read books like there's no tomorrow. She read so many books. And she kept saying to me, you have to understand, you cannot decide by yourself. You were given knowledge. There was a purpose. You have to pursue your purpose.
I mean, anything it splits the timeline if there's time travel, right? Like you can't change our timeline, probably.
A mysterious object zipped through our solar system at incredible speeds in 2017. Dubbed Oumuamua, it is the first interstellar object we've ever detected. But by the time we realized it was actually in the neighborhood, it was already on its way out. With limited data, we aren't actually sure what it actually is, or where it came from. But
yeah,
simply being interstellar is not what sets Oumuamua apart. That on goes to what we saw Oumuamua do.
Like,
an event,
especially if it's like, I think it like, the way that I'm visualizing it too, it could honestly be like that show Travelers, right? Where it's some sort of like computer thing they can do in the future where they can send information backwards, right? They can't really send matter, but they can send like code basically, right? That seems like kind of plausible in a lot of ways, right? So if they're able to somehow like do that and have it like you know, like accumulate basically, like in part of like little like fucking, you know, the quantum equivalent of ones and zeros, right? And then just like keep sending them to the same location and have them like build up into those orbs that we see, right? And have those orbs kind of like they kind of like eventually they grow and then they like sort of spark into being, something like that. I feel like, right? And then once it gets going, it's like self-sufficient with the same programming built into it. Mm. Mm. I mean, I feel like if we just received code like that, like, oh, I'm from the future, this is shit's going down, nobody would believe it, right? Like in the 70s and 80s and shit, when they used to have those like breakthroughs, like, you know, there'd be like, what was that famous one with like, the dude was like, oh, I'm a fucking senator from the Galactic Federation, something, right? Like, I feel like if it's an NHI presence, they would have tried, I think, conventional methods before resorting to the situation we see today, right? Mm.
so strange, so in defiance of the laws of physics, that some scientists have turned to the explanation of alien technology as the only means to explain it. What is Oumuamua? What did it do? And are there more objects out there like it? I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join me today in a deep dive supercut into our first interstellar visitor, the theories that surround it, and even plans to catch it up to settle the mystery once and for all. There are a lot of predictions in the science community as to how many extrasolar objects pass through our solar system. Some think we regularly see visitors, with up to 10,000 per day passing within the orbit of Neptune. That seems like a lot,
I don't really think
so let's figure out why
is
scientists
that,
think this figure is
I
so
don't know.
high.
Like, I thought if it was like a solar sail, right, that would make a lot of sense, but it doesn't look like it's a solar sail because the way it's tumbling, you know? I don't really know what kind of artificial craft would look like that. I think it's probably just like a pocket of something. Like, they're not like outgassing like a comet would, but like that doesn't mean that they didn't like, you know, like how there's like methane in the North Pole, or you know, like in the permafrost, right? Something like that where there's like sludgy ice on the surface that's like melting but not quite, like it's not like spitting because it's already flown through interstellar space, right? So it's probably lost most of its you know, coating, and or its coatings have been pelted with weird interstellar radiation that has prevented it from outgassing in a normal way. Something like that, maybe, right? Like maybe interstellar space has fucking weird effects on the surface of comets. Something like that, maybe. Just like it's a weird, it's like a fizzly outgassing that we can't really detect too easily. What I'm saying, like a, or like a pop, something where it's like an event, right? That is pushing it, but we can't. It's not detectable because it's not consistent, right? Yeah. Mm.
First thing to understand is that our solar system extends way beyond
Oh,
the
so
orbit.
you think if it was like that was part of its propulsion at some point? Like if it was easier, like you could hit it with more laser beams? I mean, that's a viable way, I think, of like at least to send interstellar probes, right? I think we can get them bad boys going pretty fast if we get a fucking big ass laser, you know?
Bit of Neptune. Beyond Neptune is the Kuiper Belt, and beyond that is the Oort cloud. The Oort cloud contains potentially trillions
somebody
of
else would have
comets
tried
that are
it,
gravitationally
it's
bound to our
possible.
sun. Some of the comets that we see that pass by the sun likely came from and will return to
I
this
guess it
Oort
could be
cloud
like a
with their
rendezvous
extremely
with
elliptical
Rama type
orbits,
situation.
taking tens to hundreds of thousands of years
Those
to do so.
comet orbits are so
Some of the
wild.
comets we see from the Oort cloud would never come to the inner solar system
gives
were
me
it
the
not for
heebie-jeebies.
massive third bodies which perturb these comets' orbits with their gravity so that they fall towards the inner solar system. These third bodies are often other stars. You see, the solar system is not stationary like we sometimes may perceive, but we are constantly moving, orbiting the galaxy. As we move in our orbit, we cross paths with the gravitational
Deep space
influence of other orbiting stars. Even distances of a couple of light years can be enough to perturb a comet so it comes crashing down towards the sun.
Cool screen name.
On the other hand, it can also be enough for the comet to be pulled away from the solar system altogether, joining the ranks of the hundreds of trillions of interstellar interlopers found in the galaxy.
How do you know that?
As an Oort cloud-like body is likely not unique to our solar system,
What
it
if they
must
all die
mean
when
that
they get to
comets are
interstellar
constantly being lost and others are being captured by stars throughout the galaxy every day. Although generally speaking, what we've seen of Oort cloud objects so far imply that the majority of comets in our Oort cloud did originate with our sun, because they are mainly quite similar in composition.
Walls walk through.
As the solar
you mean
system travels
only-
through the galaxy,
you mean walk
we also
through
cross the
walls?
path of interstellar interlopers that have been pulled away from their original home systems. They often approach from Vega, because that's the direction our solar system is heading through the galaxy.
Yeah, I think we can do anything
While the
if we
sun
know
does
how.
capture some of
I
these
think you have to know
objects,
how.
most are traveling so fast relative to us that they
I think
pass
most
right
people
through the
are
solar
born
system,
forgetting.
only having their direction of travel changed as they pass by the gravity of the sun. Oumuamua is one such object. Oumuamua was first seen in our solar system on the 19th of October 2017 and was spotted by the Haleakala Observatory in
I'm trying to
Hawaii.
figure it out.
It was
I-
originally
it's
thought
like
to be a
there's something
comet when
to
it was
it.
first
I don't
discovered
quite get it,
and got
though.
the classification C2017U1. But upon further investigation, it was reclassified as asteroid A27U1 when no coma around the comet could be seen, becoming the first object to ever get a reclassification like that. Once the orbit of Oumuamua had been established, it also became clear that it was traveling too fast for it to be in orbit around the sun. We say that the object like this one has a hyperbolic trajectory. Because its velocity will see it leave the solar system altogether, it likely didn't come from the solar system to begin with. The object was thus given its Hawaiian name, Oumuamua,
Isn't
meaning
it traveling
scout
at like the
or
exact
first
speed that an
distant
interstellar
messenger.
probe would travel
The
at?
International Astronomical Union
Right?
had
It's
the
like-
unusual
it's like the
task
rust
of
mass
having
of
to
the
create
galaxy
a
or
new
something, right?
classification of object just for Oumuamua. They decided upon I for interstellar, so
The
Oumuamua's
resting
designation is
velocity or
now
whatever.
1I 2017 U1. As the first of its kind that we know about, scientists were excited to
maybe
study
it's like
Oumuamua
defunct.
to
Maybe
learn
it's like
what
a million years
characteristics it
old,
might
right?
have that made it
And
similar or dissimilar
hasn't
to
been
objects
working for
found
a
in our
while.
own solar system. Scientists quickly noticed that there was something strange about this object. It was small, perhaps between 100 and 1,000 meters long, and was believed to have an unusual shape, perhaps a cigar or a flat dish. It is believed to have this shape because its brightness pulsated over its 7-hour rotation period. This was because we received more light from its reflection when it appeared longer from our perspective. However, this could apply just as easily to a saucer-shaped object. It also appeared to be tumbling rather than rotating along a set axis. Oumuamua is unusual for more than just its shape. As it is like an asteroid, it must have originated from the inner part of its home system. So how did it get ejected and make its way to us? Is it from a collision of huge proportions? Alternatively, maybe it really is a comet, but as it traveled through interstellar space over millions or billions of years before it got to us, it had been coated in dust, meaning that the volatile materials typically found on comets weren't exposed to the sun. But while these elements were intriguing, the thing that really set Oumuamua apart from other objects was its motion. Oumuamua passed its closest point to the sun on the 9th of September 2017 at a brain-melting 87 kilometers per second. But when it headed back into space, it didn't slow down like normal. scientists watching it detected an inexplicable burst of acceleration, counteracting the pull of the sun's gravity. Rob Warwick, who is credited with the discovery, said, "Its motion could not be explained using either a normal solar system asteroid or comet orbit." The rate of acceleration was minor, only about 17 meters per second when it was nearest the sun, and yet this was enough to cause a stir in academia. Oumuamua was not doing what physics said it should do. In the next few months, scientists were able to observe it. Oumuamua was deviating from its path. In physics, objects can only accelerate when they are pushed, so scientists began to try and explain what was pushing Oumuamua. A few initial hypotheses were quickly ruled out. This did not seem to be simple solar winds giving it a small nudge. While it is a recorded phenomenon for the small trace particles fired off from the sun to push at objects in space, this small force was not enough to explain Oumuamua's acceleration, assuming it was an ordinary asteroid. Scientists reached for another example in our solar system of accelerating objects: comets. As comets travel close to the sun, the ice within them warms and sublimates, turning into gas and spouting off from the comet's main body. This outpouring of gas and dust forms the comet's signature tail, but it also gives the comet a little push, acting like a little thruster on the side nearest the sun that accelerates the comet away from the source of all that heat. But scientists could not detect all that dust and gas coming from Oumuamua. To be sure, the Spitzer infrared space telescope spent 30 hours trying to get any kind of reading on Oumuamua, but couldn't, meaning this object emitted nothing in the infrared. Typical comets have comas and tails that Spitzer can spot, like in this image. Adding further intrigue to the debate, readings from Spitzer Space Telescope also indicated it was at least 10 times shinier than a typical comet, which would fit well
I mean, in
if it were made out
Stargate
of
they
something
charge their
metallic.
spaceship in the sun. It would make sense
Then,
that there's real
what
aliens
was
in there.
Oumuamua? Let's take a look at an argument between two theorists with two theories. The first theory was the most headline-catching. Harvard professor Avi Loeb promoted in numerous papers that Oumuamua could represent alien technology. He argued in 2018 that solar winds could provide the acceleration seen with Oumuamua, but only if Oumuamua was actually much thinner than scientists originally assumed, between 0.3 and 0.9 millimeters thin. As a 1,000 meter long, 1 millimeter thin object was unlikely to appear in nature, Loeb argued that this had to mean it was artificial, a light sail created to catch solar winds and use them to accelerate through space from one star to another. This theory met the resistance from other members of the academic community. Darryl Seligman, our second theorist and a postdoctoral researcher at Cornell University, countered by co-authoring a paper in 2020 that said that perhaps the reason no outgassing was detected from Oumuamua was because Oumuamua was emitting an invisible gas such as hydrogen. This would not have been detectable using the telescopes that were trained on Oumuamua. Seligman proposed that Oumuamua was entirely or largely made of such hydrogen, a hydrogen iceberg that was sublimating thanks to the warmth of the sun, and it was that sublimation that was causing the push. Loeb disagreed. A few months later, he co-wrote a paper asking where exactly this hydrogen iceberg could have come from. He showed mathematically that the starlight in the interstellar vacuum was warm enough that any hydrogen iceberg that formed in even the nearest densest molecular clouds would have melted before they got here. Loeb was still convinced that an alien explanation was the most probable. His refutation was strong enough to send Seligman back to the drawing board, who dropped the hydrogen iceberg idea. However, Seligman continued to play around with the idea that Oumuamua had been moved by escaping pure hydrogen gas. Initially, he didn't have an explanation for how this could be, until, in 2023, he met with University of California assistant professor Jennifer Bergner, who pointed to experiments in labs where water ice in extremely cold conditions, hit with radiation, could trap pockets of hydrogen, only to release it later when warmed up as the ice structure rearranged itself. As it happened, water ice is much more plentiful in space, and so is radiation. Cosmic radiation could be enough to provide the pre-baking that would be needed. Between the two of them, Seligman and Bergner wrote a paper arguing that Oumuamua needed a new category entirely. It wasn't a regular comet or an asteroid, but rather a dark comet, one with a coma that was invisible but present. Their explanation accounted for Oumuamua's acceleration and also for the lack of dust, as dark comets would not need to release dust as they were simply reconfiguring their structures and releasing the pockets of invisible gas rather than blasting gas out from its surface like a small gassy volcano. While this was not enough to convince Loeb, who co-authored 2 more papers in the next month that accused Seligman of bad maths while also continuing to push his alien spaceship model, Seligman was already considering the next step in his own logic. He began to wonder, if Oumuamua represented a dark comet, Could there be other dark comets out there? He, Bergner, and others began pouring through the data of objects already existing in our solar system. They might not be interstellar, but was anything else in the solar system accelerating when it shouldn't be?
But like, oh, we'd see flying saucers, like...
Sure enough,
we'd see
they
Dyson
found
swarms
6
and
that matched their criteria.
giant
6
spaceships.
objects that showed non-gravitational, non-solar wind-based acceleration that couldn't be explained away by any
I think
known
it would be
mechanism.
very hard for us to detect
These objects were
any
small,
alien
some
stuff,
just as tiny as 3 meters across. They looked like asteroids and didn't have remarkable features.
What?
They were near-Earth objects, all orbiting close enough to Earth that missions to them were extremely viable. And they were all exhibiting signs of acceleration. To be clear, such acceleration was very minor, small enough to have been overlooked previously.
Someone with a green
These
card's
objects
dead
aren't
enough,
zipping
but,
around the
like,
solar system from planet to planet like
I
spaceships.
expect that here
They are
any day.
not interstellar objects. But, just like Oumuamua, science cannot currently account for their motion, especially given that they do not have any visible signs of outgassing. And intriguingly, one of them is already scheduled to be visited by 2031. 1998 KY-26 is due to be visited by the Japanese Hayabusa 2 probe, an asteroid sample return mission that was launched in 2014 and finished its primary mission 6 years later, but since has been given a mission extension to visit other asteroids in the near-Earth Apollo group. 1998 KY-26 is rotating quickly, once every 10 minutes, and Hayabusa 2 will aim to perform a flyby to learn more about this water-rich, tiny object for the benefit of future human missions to Mars. Once it's there, perhaps it will become clearer what the source of 1998 KY-26's strange acceleration might be. It's still not obvious who among the various scientists out there is right about Oumuamua, but it's undeniably intriguing that more objects exhibiting strange acceleration have been detected, and highly likely that they will shed further insights into Oumuamua's possible nature and origins. If they are found to accelerate through invisible outgassing of hydrogen, Seligman will stand validated. But if a little hatch opens up and a small alien form peeks out to wave at us before accelerating off out of the solar system, then we might regret not listening more closely to Loeb. I think the former is more likely than the latter, as there is no way 1998 KY-26 is a light sail. We have excellent imaging of this one, but either way, it will be fascinating to study. Exploring these dark comets within our solar system grants us greater insight into Oumuamua's nature. But what then of other interstellar objects? Have there been many others since Oumuamua?
The bunkers are so insufferable.
We've had other visitors from outside the solar system, but this next one is a little more conventional.
Debunkers.
Being the second I object, it's been given the designation 2I Borisov. Zooming in on Borisov reveals that this object had a big comet-like coma and tail, almost the size of 14 Earths across. We couldn't see it with the naked eye though, as the closest it got to the Sun was beyond the orbit of Mars in 2019. Borisov was roughly the same size as Oumuamua, about half a kilometer across. After its closest encounter with the Sun, it began falling apart. This is reasonably normal for a comet of this size passing by at this distance. Also, its composition, while uncommon, isn't particularly unusual either. Because it passed through the solar system at a greater distance than Oumuamua, its trajectory wasn't hugely affected by the Sun's gravity. So, overall, apart from its I classification, it's a somewhat unremarkable object. Now moving on to some other interesting interstellar objects that do not have the I classification. C1980E1 was originally a solar system object with an orbital period of 7.1 million years. The furthest its orbit used to take it was an incredible 1.7 light years away from the Sun.
Oh, sorry,
However,
yeah, my mic
it
was
passed a
turned down
little too
low.
closely to
Sorry.
Jupiter during its last approach in 1980.
Sorry.
Jupiter's gravity
Sorry.
accelerated it just enough for it to get a hyperbolic trajectory, and so this object will eventually become an interstellar interloper itself when it leaves our solar system in a few million years. On the other hand, we have had the opposite happen, where interstellar objects have had their velocities slowed down enough by the gravity of Jupiter that they became captured and locked into our solar system. Again, I mentioned
that
Jupiter
attorney,
specifically
that
because
fucking
it has
guy
been
we were
determined that
arguing
other
with,
planets aren't massive
he
enough to
admitted
do
he
this,
was wrong.
and it has to be a third body beyond the Sun and the comet that does the slowing down or speeding up. Machholz 1 and Hyakutake C1996b2 are potentially such captured interstellar comets from another planetary system. The giveaway for objects like these are their highly elliptical orbits and their very unusual compositions compared to the majority of other comets. This makes them interesting and viable targets for future missions, as the solar system might have done all the hard work for us in capturing interstellar objects and putting them within arm's reach. There's one more giveaway that an object might have extrasolar origins, and that is if it is orbiting retrograde to pretty much everything else in the solar system. An example of an object like this is 514107 Kuiper Oka Avela. What makes this object especially interesting is that it is also an asteroid, unlike most other interstellar objects we would expect to see. It could also be that the volatile materials have already burned off if it was once a comet, meaning it would have been captured very early in the solar system's past. Its orbit is also unusual in that it is locked in a 1-1 orbital resonance with Jupiter. While these objects are interesting, they don't settle the question of Oumuamua's nature, and there's much we still don't know. For example, where did it come from? We don't know, but we do know it came from very, very far away. To find Oumuamua's home star system, astronomers traced its path back over millions of years. It seems to have come from the direction of the star Vega in the Lyra constellation. Scientists found 4 possible home stars Oumuamua could have come from, some as far as 81 light-years away, but there haven't been any definitive answers on its origin story yet. And now it is over 6 billion kilometers away, moving at 26 kilometers per second towards Pegasus, about as far as Voyager 1 was when it snapped the famous pale blue dot image. Even if Oumuamua is not a piece of alien technology, it holds importance as the first confirmed interstellar object to enter our solar system. So it is no surprise that scientists want to take a closer look at it. We noticed it only 40 days after it passed its closest point to the Sun, but by then it was already 33 million kilometers from Earth. We sent ground and space telescopes into overdrive trying to answer the questions surrounding it before it escaped our grasp. But 2 months later, by mid-December, it was already too faint and fast-moving to be studied by even the largest ground-based telescopes. With limited data and more questions than answers, some researchers believe the only way to learn more about Oumuamua is to send a mission after it. However, catching up to Oumuamua is a significant challenge for 3 main reasons. The first obstacle is gaining enough speed to catch up. Oumuamua is over 6 billion kilometers away and careening through space at 26 kilometers per second. No chemical rocket that exists today can reach that speed, making a rendezvous difficult. And once we've caught up to Oumuamua, the second challenge is decelerating enough to actually study it. If we don't slow down, we'll shoot right past it and won't be able to collect any scientifically useful information. And thirdly, it is difficult to find such a small object in such a large galaxy. Remember, Oumuamua is just 1,000 meters long at most, tumbling through the vastness of interstellar space. Still, these barriers haven't stopped research groups from making plans to catch up.
Why don't you just go to the next
accelerating
one?
to the speeds necessary to catch up with Oumuamua is difficult, it can be achieved through the use of gravity assist from other planets. The most famous examples of a solution come from Project Lyra, launched by the Initiative for Interstellar Studies. They've presented 2 different trajectories we could send a probe on. The first requires 3 distinct changes in velocity. First, we accelerate the probe out of Earth's orbit and send it towards Jupiter. Once at Jupiter, the probe slows down enough to fall towards the Sun. Less energy is required to do that from here than from Earth, as Jupiter's orbital velocity is less than half of Earth's. And as our probe approaches the Sun, it's traveling at its fastest. At this point, the rocket engines ignite to give it the biggest acceleration possible for the amount of fuel carried, a technique called a solar orbit maneuver. By harnessing the solar orbit maneuver in this way, researchers predict their probe will shoot out of the solar system at over 70 kilometers a second. While that is definitely fast enough to catch up with Oumuamua, there are still a couple of problems with this plan. Such a close approach to the Sun requires a heat shield to protect the probe.
Yeah, the ancients
good
could
news
do
is
it.
that the tech for such a shield exists, as the Parker Solar Probe used something similar. The bad news is that it weighs 72 kilograms, putting a limit on payload mass. Next,
72
sending a probe from
kilograms,
Earth
nothing.
to Jupiter, to the Sun, and back out to Jupiter to be sent out in the right direction is quite a long trajectory.
Dude,
There's
shut up.
actually a shorter way to do it. And finally, this plan requires using maneuvers that have never been carried out in a real mission before, giving it a low technology readiness rating. Plus, if you've seen my video about falling into the Sun,
Bunkers
you
love
know
that shit.
just how hard it is to do so. There is, however, another way to catch up to Oumuamua. The second trajectory proposed by Project Lyra is as follows. Launch from Earth, swing around Venus and Earth, conduct a deep space maneuver to reorient the probe, swing by Earth again, then use a gravity assist from Jupiter to catapult our craft towards Oumuamua. This plan doesn't require a heat shield, is a much shorter trajectory, and will result in a slower final speed of our probe as it heads into interstellar space.
Why
This
is
would
that?
make it easier to decelerate on
Why
approach
not
to
do that
Oumuamua
one?
and allow for better data capture. Project Lyra has identified at least 2 viable missions with launch dates between 2030 and 2033, and an arrival at Oumuamua at 2048. One of Project Lyra's
2048,
mission
man,
designers,
that takes
Marshall
forever.
Eubanks, feels a mission to
Come on,
Oumuamua
dog.
is inevitable. After all, researchers are crafting proposals for missions to planets of other solar systems. But even 100 years from now,
They
Oumuamua
should go
will
to
still be
the,
much closer than those destinations. But
they should go to the
could there
Oort
be a better
Cloud.
way to get the data we want? What if we could
Or
have
the,
anticipated Oumuamua months in advance
whatchamacallit?
rather than after it had already
That
passed by?
solar,
Astrobiologist Karen Meach of the University of Hawaii,
you know, that
who led
spot
the
where you can
characterization
use
of
the
Oumuamua
sun as a
after its discovery,
telescope.
says we'll soon be able to do this for other interstellar interlopers that might cross our paths. NASA estimates that an interstellar interloper similar to
You'd be like
Oumuamua
Dr. Rush,
passes through the inner
discover
solar
a
system once
message
per year.
in the
Since they're
cosmic
so
microwave
small, they're
background.
hard to spot until now. The Vera C. Rubin telescope, set to become operational later this year in late 2025, would be able to spot these objects a whole 3 months before the telescope that detected Oumuamua. What's more, it will get busy building the Legacy Survey of Space and Time, a database of 2 million images taken over a decade. This data will be ideal for identifying changes in the night sky, including the trajectory of comets and asteroids. A 2023 paper estimated that the LSST could find up to 70 Oumuamua-like objects per year. Another initiative to better understand interstellar objects is ESA's Comet Interceptor mission, set to launch in 2029. It will park a probe in space for up to 3 years while waiting for a comet or an interstellar object to fly by.
Really?
It'll then spring to life at the right time and carry out a close-range flyby to build a 3D map of the object. It will be the first ever mission launched with
Pretty
an
cool.
unknown target. Sadly, we don't know how long we'd have to wait for another such object to cross our path. It would be a terrible waste of time, energy, and money if another Oumuamua-like object didn't fly past in that time frame. And these methods wouldn't give us any data on Oumuamua itself.
I
which is
mean,
now
didn't they
too
do
far away
that
for us to capture any
originally
new
when
data about
Halley's
it from
Comet?
any of our
Didn't they-
telescopes?
or
Whatever
some other
answers can be
comet?
found there will be lost to the darkest reaches of interstellar
Haven't
space.
they like redirected it
Simply
to
wait for another
different
one.
objects
Evaluating
before?
these alternative options, maybe launching an
I mean, I know
interstellar
they have-
probe
I know
chase on
Japan
Oumuamua
has.
isn't such a crazy idea after all. It is technically viable. Nothing about it is impossible with our current knowledge and technology. But is it economically viable? Space missions require many resources: time, money, materials, brains, etc. Perhaps it is better to just let
Yeah, did you
Oumuamua's
see that
answers
shit
go,
on Mars?
trusting
Yeah,
that
that shit's
whether
wild, huh?
alien or interstellar object, if it happened once, it will happen again, and our solar system will eventually be greeted by its next interstellar visitor. Ultimately, it all comes down to what is the price we are willing to pay to scratch the itch of our curiosity. Researchers at Project Lyra are certainly considering the investment. Is it worth
To the MFs running the world very little.
In 1969, as part of Project Magnet, the U.S. government's Central Intelligence Agency mapped
guy's a secret
magnetic and
debunker.
gravitational
He's like
anomalies
AJ.
in the north of the African continent. But the
He's
main
like,
task of the
"Ooh, this
mission
is some
was
crank
to
shit.
conduct
Ooh, you
aerial
love all this crank
reconnaissance
shit,
of a
huh? Ooh,
suspicious
ooh, guess what? It's
geological
all fake."
formation in the Sahara. The Richat structure.
one of those
Geologists are still debating what could have created such a perfect pattern on Earth's surface.
One of
The
those
CIA
guys.
claims that no anomaly was found on the ground, and such relief was apparently created by nature accidentally. At the same time, the intelligence services are still hiding the results of the structure's survey from the public. So why did the CIA classify what was found under the Sahara Desert? If people wandered in the desert near the small desert town of Wadan in Mauritania, they didn't see anything remarkable there, only sand and stones. The main mystery of this area was accidentally discovered only in 1965. Back then, NASA was carrying out the Gemini 4 space mission. An American astronaut had to go into outer space for the first time in history. But an equally exciting event happened before the ship even reached its destination. Looking at our planet from the portholes, the ship's crew noticed strange circular patterns in the African desert. That's how the first pictures of the Richat structure were taken. After this discovery, many researchers went to study this geological curiosity. The diameter of the Richat is a mind-boggling 50 kilometers. Its shape somewhat resembles Jupiter's Great Red Spot, but unlike Jupiter, the structure is divided into clearly defined concentric rings. These are almost perfect circles of rocks and sandstone. Geological studies have shown that more ancient rocks are concentrated in the center of this anomaly, while sedimentary and younger rocks are located in the outer rings and ridges. The oldest ring is about 600 million years old. Locals consider this mark on the ground a divine manifestation, the Eye of God, so they call the structure the Eye of the Sahara. At the same time, scientists and geologists are trying to understand how this miracle of nature was formed from a scientific point of view. And so far, there are 3 research camps with different hypotheses. Representatives of the first camp believe that the ring structure is an impact crater created by a meteorite that may have hit Earth many years ago. But this hypothesis has a drawback. The formation is almost completely flat, which is uncharacteristic of an impact crater. Adherents of the second version claim that the Eye of the Sahara is the remains of an ancient volcano. 100 million years ago, there was the separation of Pangaea, a supercontinent that had previously united almost the entire land of Earth. In the process of tectonic shifts on the newly formed African continent, molten rock rose and formed a dome. Over the next millions of years, land surfaces were exposed to erosion, and as the dome subsided, circular ridges were left behind because different rock types inside it weathered at different speeds. But this assumption can also be refuted. After all, no volcanic rocks were found there. Moreover, both versions didn't even consider the interesting fact that 5,000 years ago, the Sahara Desert was underwater. Looking at its current arid environment, it's even hard to believe. Perhaps the representatives of the third camp took this into account, huh? Nope. Their version is the most fantastic because it was offered by ufologists. They believe that the Sahara used to be an alien-built airfield for their spacecraft. Sure thing, this theory seems insane, but not as insane as the CIA's strange actions regarding the research of the reshot structure. Just half a century later, some previously classified CIA files on Project Magnet somehow became available to the public. But at the same time, the report on the anomalies of the Eye of the Sahara consists of only 1 page, and some lines are just hidden. Along with the report, the CIA classified the book The Adam and Eve Story, written by their former employee Chan Thomas. However, some people preserved its electronic copies. This made it possible to learn that the book considers various exotic views on Earth's history, including the description of global floods. One of them allegedly destroyed an entire city in the Sahara, which was surrounded by water at the time. That city was built in the form of rings extending outward. The book states that the settlement was created by strong, warlike, and intelligent people, and that city was called Atlantis. Atlantis is depicted in various fantasy movies, cartoons, and games as a mythical underwater fairy tale city with magical inhabitants. In fact, there's plenty of evidence that the city actually existed. But we might have never known about it because the first information about Atlantis appeared 2,300 years ago, at a time when the transmission and preservation of information was not such an easy thing as it is now. One Egyptian priest shared his knowledge about Atlantis with the Athenian poet Solon, who in turn told about the city to the ancient Greek philosopher Critias. And fortunately, his grandson recorded all the details in writing. And this grandson was one of the most important and influential people in the history of humankind, a key figure in ancient Greek and Western philosophy, Plato. He collected all the preserved facts about Atlantis in his treatise Timaeus, written in 360 BC. It's too bad Plato was told the history of only the last years of the existence of Atlantis, and he knew nothing about how it was formed. This information is preserved only in myths and legends. They say that Poseidon, the Greek god of the sea, once came across Atlantis. He walked through the world to find the biggest island. Not only did Atlantis become exactly what he needed, but here he found something else, his true love. a girl named Cleito. She was so beautiful that Poseidon was worried that someone else would fall in love and steal her. So the god built a palace and enclosed it with 3 circular moats of increasing
I
width.
forgot.
Then Poseidon and
Is this? I think there's another AJ without
This episode of the
Hecklefish
Live Files is
video.
brought to you by PDS Debt.
Oh yeah, you're doing shilling for debt collectors now?
In 1989, a solar storm hit Quebec. The storm only lasted a few hours, but at night.
I don't know where to begin. There's not, like, I don't have, like, a compact debunker speech. Like, I mean, I think they're bad for humanity. I think, they hold back development, and all of their opinions rely on, like, flawed assumptions. The CIA has been explicitly cultivating this attitude amongst, like, you know, the public, the general public. Like, explicitly, like, you can read documents where they say, this is how we're going to stigmatize the topic, this is how we're going to make it goofy for any serious person to discuss it, like, and it worked, right? Like, that's how it's treated. Like, there's so much inexplicable report, like, there's thousands of reports every year. Like, there's just a trail of whistleblowers going back all the way to the beginning. Like, we just saw Harold Malmgren, like, who was JFK's science guy, say, you know, we were aware of UFOs. They had, you know, I had a briefing on it. I had, you know, I touched, you know, material from an alien craft. Just one of many. The people from Roswell, like, all these famous incidents, like, the people who were involved in them have come forward and said, like, yeah, this is what happened, this is what the cover-up involved. Like, that's why I don't even know where to begin. It's just, like, the evidence is so strong in, like, every area you'd want it to be, right? There's crystal clear videos, there's, like, high-level whistleblowers, there's, like, tons of people experience this thing in New Jersey, right? And I think the evidence of the cover-up is also really strong, right? You see the things they've done to try to discredit it and lie about it and obfuscate is, I think, also says a lot, right? I don't know what they are, right? I think that they're not human, though. I think that they're like, you know, maybe some sort of, like, breakaway civilization. Like, I don't think they come from our thing. You know, or if they do, it's like something weird, like we were talking about earlier, right? I mean, I don't know what kind of evidence you want to see. There's so much evidence, like, I don't even know where to begin with people. No one ever has an alternative explanation either. Like, you have to explain thousands of these reports every single year, right? Like, of, like, high-level, credible people who have no reason to lie. People who aren't being paid, people who aren't, you know, it's very harmful to their career. Like, these Air Force guys and shit, like, that's like, really bad for their careers, right? It was against the law for commercial pilots to talk about UFOs until very recently. There's just so many reports, like, it's just so many people, like, I think by the preponderance of evidence, right, people are witnessing a real phenomenon. Like, I can't really say where it's from, you know, or what it's doing, but, like, I don't know, the UFOs and nukes, I think, is one of the more compelling things, right? Like, if you can read that book and walk away from it as a skeptic, I don't know what to tell you. You know? What? But I mean, I don't even know what kind of evidence people want to see. There's like, I don't know. I think Grush is really compelling. You think Grush's job was, like, he was the guy in charge of, like, you know, analyzing the anomalous photos for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, right? So he saw, like, just, you know, that was his day job, was, like, looking at pictures of UFOs. And then he was appointed to that UAP task force, which, you know, got, like, a lot of praise from a lot of people. And he was assigned to, like, look into these black budget programs. Like, he had the right, you know, classifications because he had been doing the president's daily briefing. So he got, you know, tasked to look into black budget, and he found 40 different witnesses who were saying the same thing. Yeah, we were running a, you know, decades old illegal, you know, crash retrieval and exploitation operation. It's the same thing that people have been saying for years, right? He's not the first person to say that. Like, people have been saying this for a long time, you know, and everything he says is, like, in line with, like, the basic lore, right? And then Harold Malmgren backed up a lot of his story tonight, right? The Bluegill Triple Prime is a real event. That's like, you can already read the files on that, right? If you look at the video from Bluegill Triple Prime, you see the nuclear test, Bikini Atoll, and then you see, like, a fucking alien craft get knocked out of the sky. And there's documents. There's, like, a paper trail, right? You can see the Navy has documents where they talk about retrieving this exotic object, right? Like, I don't know how much higher of a whistleblower, you know, it's like literally like you know, Kennedy's, like, science and technology, I forget what his title was, but, like, basically like McNamara and JFK's science guy, and he was in these briefings with the generals and shit. But that's a famous event. Like I said, there's just so much there. There's so much evidence. Like, if you read that Richard Dolan book or that Hastings book and walk away from that as a skeptic, you need your fucking head examined, you know? Like,
knocked out power for 9 million people.
yeah, I mean, a lot of people have said that, right? Like, they are, like, the Old Testament, like the Anunnaki, right? People, like, I think that's plausible as well, right? Like, that all these, like, beings and all this stuff people are seeing is associated with these Old Testament figures, like, you know, like the Book of Enoch or whatever, where he goes to a spaceship in orbit. I think that's really plausible. Like you know, the Sumerian stories, I think, again, like, humanity invented writing in order to tell that story, right? It's like the first fucking story humanity wrote down was, like, you know, the Gilgamesh story. And then it's just repeated all over the world over and over again. Different cultures telling the same basic story. All over the world. Disparate, you know, cultures that had no contact, right? That's really interesting, you know? I don't know, watch the Y-Files video about crop circles. That shit's really compelling. That shit, the Y-Files crop circle video is one of the early things for me. I'm trying to think. I mean, different people find different types of evidence compelling. It's hard to say. You watch, like, Stanton Friedman lecture, that shit, he's really compelling, I think. Who else? I mean, if you just scroll through my Discord in the UFOs and Science tab, you'll see countless stories, countless videos, countless bits of highly compelling information. Just I mean, the fact that the anomalous mystery drones, so-called mystery drone sightings, right, that shut down like air bases all over the world, right? The following nuclear weapons across the ocean to like, you know, from Langley to Lakenheath, right? And then, you know, just like buzzing the base. Like that, they had to shut down fucking Wright-Patterson Air Base. And I think since Trump has taken over, they've sent out word to like not report that anymore. I think they're just not mentioning it when stuff gets shut down now. I think they're just quiet about it, right? I think it's still going on.
And this was a blessing.
Oh, watch those Red Panda Koala videos. Red Panda Koala has 3 videos that are like, one of them is like how the CIA created the UFO stigma or something along those lines. They're really good. He's got 3. Like one of them's about like how they infiltrated academia. Another one is about how they infiltrated like the mainstream media, and the other one is like trying to remember, Project Blue Book sort of like, I think. This shit is hard as fuck, man. Wow.
Without the Earth's magnetic field, the damage would have been much worse.
Yeah, Trump's firing anybody who would be
Our
able to
magnetic
crack
field
down
protects
on
us.
anything.
It's been our shield for billions of years, stopping deadly radiation, planet survivable. But that shield isn't perfect, and sometimes it fails. Scientists recently found proof inside an old stalagmite from a cave in China. Earth's magnetic field can flip, not slowly over thousands of years, fast, sometimes in just 100 years. The last big flip happened 780,000 years ago, and we're overdue for a big one. But smaller shifts, they happen much more often. When the field flips, the shield weakens to about 10% strength. When that happens, our defenses fail quickly. Solar radiation hits the surface. Plasma from the sun floods the atmosphere. Our magnetic field is weakening right now. It's already 10% weaker since the 1800s. Over the South Atlantic, satellites have been disabled, and the North Magnetic Pole is moving 34 miles a year towards Siberia and moving faster every year. Something is happening. Our ancestors have legends about the last magnetic flip and danger from the sun. The stories are terrifying. They knew this was a cycle. They left warnings for future generations carved in stone.
Yeah,
but those warnings are being ignored. Maybe we should start paying attention, because the cycle is about to repeat.
Maybe we should pay more attention. Did you ever think that
weather
we
can
should
be
pay
calm
more
or chaotic.
attention?
It's a cycle. The Earth's magnetic field is stable, then it flips. It's also a cycle. The danger isn't so much the flip of the poles, it's the time in between. When the poles flip, the Earth's magnetic field becomes twisted and tangled and very weak. That leaves us vulnerable to solar weather. In 1921, a big solar storm hit Earth. Telegraph stations caught fire. Railroad equipment melted. The sky turned deep red as far south as Texas. And that happened with our magnetic shield at full strength. Imagine that same storm hitting today with our weakened field. The damage would be huge. Plasma could fry every electronic device on Earth. Phones, TVs, computers, the entire internet, gone. Communities would be cut off. Power grids would fail. Modern life then breaks down in minutes. Think about New York City, Chicago, Beijing, in total darkness for weeks. Chaos is an understatement. That was 1921. September 1859 was worse. The Carrington event. Telegraph
I think people
operators
back
got
in the
shot
day
from
just
their own
understood
machines.
that the gods were
Sparks
real.
flew everywhere.
Right?
Paper caught fire.
The
I
northern
think it's only
lights
in
moved
modern
so far
times that we
south,
don't believe
they were
that.
seen in Cuba.
It's the same story they
People
tell
woke up
all
at
over the
2 a.m. and
world.
birds
The same
started
story.
singing.
They
They thought
interacted
it
with
was
gods
morning.
at one point.
The sky
Their
was bright
ancestors
enough
did,
to read
you
a
know?
newspaper outside. Frederick Drew was in Kashmir, India. He wrote in his journal, quote, "The whole northern hemisphere was as light as though the sun was beginning to rise." He described the sky, all crimson, a most vivid blood red color. Drew wasn't a scientist, he just wrote what he saw. Ships at sea were lost. Compasses spun wildly, useless. Sailors saw the ocean glow a strange blue-green light. This wasn't sunlight. It wasn't the ocean. It was plasma, pure energy from space, slipping through our weak magnetic shield. Scientists found proof of an
Plasma
even
causes
bigger event,
slipping.
1770. Captain James Cook saw it near Indonesia. Chinese astronomers recorded a massive sunspot, twice the size of any seen before. Auroras lasted 9 straight days. Ancient myths talk about this. In Norse legend, Ragnarok, the sky opens, fire giants pour through. The Hopi, Maya, and other native people have similar stories of fire raining from the sky. These legends come from different cultures, different continents, but they all describe the same thing. The sky turns to fire. Strange
Yeah, there's a
things
new hearing
appear.
coming up, yeah.
Reality breaks down. Our ancestors weren't surprised by these events. They had warning systems, more
Yeah, I think
advanced
the
than we
Bible,
thought.
exactly. I
Systems
think the
maybe still
Anunnaki
working
stories
today.
are true.
They knew
Yeah.
the signs and carved them into stone.
Yeah,
And we're
yeah,
seeing those
exactly.
signs right now. The ancients were prepared. They built monuments that we thought were for worship, but they were
I was
actually
watching more of
for
that
protection.
End Times guy earlier today, and he had this Navajo elder interview, and the guy was telling him the same basic
The
stories
ancients
that are
knew
in the
about
Old
the violent
Testament,
solar
like all the
cycle.
stuff with the
They built
giants and all.
monuments and used rituals for protection. Look at winter solstice traditions. Almost every major culture has one. They all involve keeping a flame burning through the darkest days. The Yule log, the Festival of Lights, the Christmas candle. These weren't just celebrations, they were ancient protection
Yeah,
rituals.
right. That's probably the story of the Younger
Ancient
Dryas.
Egyptians celebrated the Demon Days, a 5-day festival during the darkest time of year. They believed this is when the dark spirits could enter our world. Their protection? Keep flames burning constantly. Roman Saturnalia, Celtic winter solstice, Chinese Dongji festival, all featured continuous flames,
Chinese
light
Dong festival.
during the darkest days. The Persian Shabayalda festival celebrated light over darkness by keeping candles burning all night long. And here's what's interesting. These rituals match
Got that
periods
China
of high
Dong.
solar activity
Got that China
and
Dong.
weakened magnetic fields. Ice core samples show proof of major solar events that line up with the timing of these ancient festivals. These cultures had no contact, yet they all shared the same fear, obsessed with keeping flames burning, and at the exact same time of year. They remembered something we forgot, something ancient, something dangerous. The Department of Defense knows what's coming. They have plans for the aftermath. The plasma hits, electronics stop, air pressure drops, people bleed from their ears, from their nose, and then creatures appear. The government calls them Thanazoids, beings from another dimension. They slip through when reality weakens. They look like microscopic life blown up to a massive size. Think tardigrade the size of a building. This isn't science fiction. The DoD has Con Plan
sounds like it.
8888. It details different scenarios. When the magnetic field collapses, they expect temporary reanimation of recently deceased organic matter.
What?
In other words, zombies.
What?
The military has a guide on how to
What?
survive
Come
a zombie
on, EJ.
apocalypse. And most people
Come
think it's a joke. But the first line of the program, quote, "This plan was not actually designed as a joke." Former Marine Sergeant Jim Sparks says he was part of a classified exercise in 2009, codenamed Broken Mirror. It simulated a massive solar flare, triggering
Baby
electromagnetic anomalies worldwide. Sparks says his unit trained to contain biological entities of unknown origin, entities appearing during the event. A declassified CIA document from 1976 is titled Electromagnetic Effects on Human Tissue. It discusses plasma's strange properties. The report says plasma can show almost intelligent behavior under certain conditions and appear to respond to consciousness. 3 pages are still classified. The Russians studied this since the 1950s.
Their name for Phanazoids? Plasma ghosts. Soviet scientists believed these things were always here, but only visible during geomagnetic
Plasmoids.
events. Many governments fear that if plasma makes it to the surface, it will look for organic vessels. And Earth has millions of organic vessels capable of using electricity all over the world. They're called human corpses. The ancient Egyptians seem to understand this energy. Researchers at Cairo University found that ancient Egyptian mummies have high levels of conductive metals, copper, gold, special salts. These materials form pathways through the bodies. This wasn't just symbolism, this was circuitry. So many governments of the world, including our own, fear that our weakening shield means the next storm won't just turn off the lights, it could turn on the dead.
Come on, AJ.
The ancients knew about plasma. They didn't just light candles, they built structures,
listen to
massive
Bob.
structures, to channel the energy, or maybe contain it. The Nazca lines in Peru, massive drawings on the ground, you can only see them from high in the air. Some scientists think these patterns might be landing strips to attract plasma energy, channel it during
He
geomagnetic
needs to get
events.
Bob pilled.
The desert floor there conducts electricity well, an ideal material for plasma interaction.
Walking Dead
Giant
is a
stone structures
documentary.
like Stonehenge, the pyramids, sites across South America.
Just like Stargate.
They all share key electrical properties. They sit on limestone bedrock. Limestone conducts electricity. Many of these structures contain quartz. Quartz creates electrical charges under pressure. Their positions around the globe create a vast network, almost like a planetary circuit. After the Apollo missions ended, we pulled our space programs back. So why, in the past few years, is there sudden urgency to go to deep space? It makes sense if you're worried about the plasma apocalypse. They're not trying to reach
no one's
other
worried about the
planets.
plasma
They're trying to
apocalypse,
escape
AJ.
this one. We're already seeing the
Trying to
warning
escape your
signs.
bad
Strange
content.
sounds in the sky, like massive sheets of ice cracking. People call them sky trumpets or atmospheric groans, documented in over 40 countries. They happen most often in areas with unusual geomagnetic activity. The magnetic pole races towards Siberia faster than ever recorded. The South Atlantic anomaly is growing larger. Our electrical grid is weaker than ever. And the sun? It's entering a period of high activity. The storm is coming, and we are not prepared. We built our world on technology. That technology makes us feel powerful, but it's actually made us more vulnerable. It's just a matter of time before technology betrays us.
You should try
And
watching
let's see
those
how
second
long
thought
our great
videos.
civilization lasts once the lights go out. The plasma apocalypse is something that really scares me. But Phanazoids, zombies, ancient warnings carved in stone. Let's separate facts from the fiction.
You're the
Earth's
one who
magnetic
brought it
field
up.
is weakening. The North Magnetic Pole is shifting faster than before. That's confirmed. Scientists measure it. Since the 1800s, the field strength dropped about 10%. The European Space Agency's swarm satellites track these changes. It's real. The South Atlantic anomaly is real. It fluctuates, but it's steadily growing larger. It's not just causing problems with satellites either. It's affecting X-ray equipment on the surface. The big solar storms? Those are real too. The Carrington event in 1859 happened. Telegraph systems failed.
I know, his
Operators got
makeup was so
electrocuted.
bad.
Auroras were seen near the equator. That's documented history.
Looks like
The
Trump.
1921 storm? Also real. Caused fires everywhere. Disrupted communication. Could a storm like a Carrington
Should I
hit us
start
today?
wearing makeup?
Yes. Solar scientists all agree. NASA, NOAA, FEMA, they all know it's possible. A big coronal mass ejection, or CME, aimed at Earth could knock out power grids for weeks, maybe months. Our modern world depends on electricity. Losing it would be bad. Very
We need
bad.
some ZPMs.
And this is a real worry. But what about the other stuff? Interdimensional beings, phanazoids?
You're a
There's no
phanazoid.
scientific proof for any of that.
Shut up,
Complan
AJ.
8888, that's a real military document, but it was a training exercise. The military uses unrealistic scenarios for training all the time, so they don't get mistaken for actual plans.
Like
The
9/11?
document says it uses fictional zombies as a teaching tool, not because the Pentagon expects zombies, allegedly. But it's a pretty interesting document and really detailed. It's kind of suspicious, actually, so we're going to do a whole episode on that.
You
Ancient
are?
solstice festivals,
That's lame.
they do share themes, light, fire burning continuously. But experts usually link this to seasons. Shorter days, colder weather. Makes sense to focus on fire and light. There's no direct proof connecting these festivals specifically to plasma events or magnetic field shifts. It's an interesting idea, but just an idea so far. But this threat is real. A major solar storm hitting a weakened magnetic field that could cause blackouts and communication failures for a long time. We need to prepare, and I'm worried we're moving too slowly. We see ourselves as masters of this planet.
Yeah,
we split
I
the
don't
atom,
know, dude.
mapped our DNA,
He's trying-
connected every corner of the world. Yet one solar hiccup could end it all. Our ancestors
I guess he's
understood
trying to
their
say
place
he'd make
in this
more
cosmic
content
arrangement.
without
They didn't
hecklefish.
try to conquer nature. They respected its cycles, built their lives around its rhythms, watched for its warnings. We've lost that humility. The ancients left us instructions for survival. We would be wise to learn from them. If we don't, and a major plasma storm hits, the sun will deliver a cruel irony. A planet covered with warnings carved in stone, but nobody alive to read them.
Jizz storm in your studio.
Thanks for listening or watching the Y-File Stripped, where I try to get right to the point, right to the story, then right to the truth. Like most topics we cover on the Y-Files, today's was recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like me to cover, go to theyfiles.com/tip.
Do you think the deep state told AJ he had to get rid of the fish? No? Dude, this Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, it's got a lot of good stuff, but it's like so dense. Like it's like cold fusion experiments, and there's a lot of incredible stuff in there, but it's like hard to parse. There's like years and years of experiments, and I mean, it's cool. You can go back and retrace the entire process of them. You know, Martin Fleischmann, like, they're trying to, like, clear Martin Fleischmann's name, right? And I think they succeeded. Like, I think they proved a lot of, I don't know what to call it. They said it, nuclear emulsions. Let's see. Oh, dude, D. Prasad went on Ubiquity. Dude, don't put him on, man. He's fucking sus large as fuck. I really appreciate that.
So there's something going on in Mexico, and this is really crazy. And it's not just Mexico, and it started happening in April. 6 days ago, this account posted this video of this massive fireball swooshing over Mexico City. 3 days before that, Crya8604 uploads this video of a massive sighting in Calimaya, Mexico.
Esto sucedió el domingo 13 de abril, traste, para que se viera más nítido y ya se veía.
And this is what happens. Take a look at this.
Look at this.
What just
happened? The comet was headed right for us, and then the thing deflected it. Look at that.
So people are saying
Look at that, dude,
and this was posted by Wixie on April 18th, and he says, did a UFO divert a meteorite from actually falling down in an urban area of Mexico City? It was reported to have landed in the outskirts of Mexico City, and then he shows the same video. So I was thinking, this is possibly fake. There's no way that that actually happened. Then I researched this meteorite thing in Mexico. and I came across several articles. Mexico lit up by fireball in night sky. But scientists have the answer. Answer to what? What is it that this meteorite is so special and different from all of the other meteorites? And this is when I come across several strange videos of bizarre things that started happening in April, a little bit before and after this fireball swooshes over Mexico. 5 days ago, Ashley Blake records a mysterious booming sound in the city of Mexico. We're going to be taking a look at both videos that she posted, and on April 18th in Berlin, Germany, someone records this very strange object. What in the world is that? Then 3 days ago, Shauna records this very bizarre video.
I understand how nobody's talking about this. I spotted this yesterday.
Apparently, a hot air balloon is flying over the same spot in the Atlantic Ocean for days. And this is the same spot where the drones and orbs were supposedly surfacing from in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. There were also many other sightings of these mysterious orbs and drones all over the world.
Taking a video of it. Right? Ooh, there's another one in front of it.
So I decided to dig deeper into this bizarre rabbit hole. And I guess that it all starts with this video posted by this account of the UFO supposedly diverting the meteorite in Mexico. Is it real or is it not? If it is, it's a game changer.
Look at this.
But if it isn't, why? Why would someone fake this? What would be the objective? And why is this meteorite so special that scientists have to explain it? Let's take a closer look into this, and let's start with the original video of this meteorite supposedly diverting the UFO.
I mean, there's a lot of technology that could do this.
It's got 17,000 followers. It's coming in from a page that clearly has the AI in the very beginning of it. And to me, it kind of looks like most videos are computer generated, if not all. Now here's one very strange thing. This account has been posting videos like this all along. And all of a sudden, 5 days ago, 6 days ago actually, it posts this video of the meteorite. And the description of the video is, meteorite in Mexico City. There is no AI tag in the video, and the video in itself looks very real. There's even something that I noticed that caught my attention when analyzing it. Pay very close attention to when the UFO shows up. There's a light that blinks right over here. Right now.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Now.
Look at that.
Over here.
Dude, it really looks like it's... Wow. Like it's pulling it back like a
the little
lasso.
details in this video are just too perfect to be considered fake. What I do think is fake in this video is the meteorite in itself. Now that would mean that this is possibly a real video that was taken from November or December last year from an event that happened back when the orbs and drones were flying over many parts of the world. That would suggest the city that we're looking at isn't Mexico City. So ChatGPT suggests that this is possibly Los Angeles, California, and that the video was taken from Hollywood Hills or Mulholland Drive. It also says that it is possible that this is Mexico City that we're looking at. There's these other videos of the same object, but this time the creator labeled it as AI generated. It's weird. This account was uploading this kind of video, then all of a sudden, the same day that the Mexico fireball happens, it starts uploading this type of video, labeling all of them AI generated with the exception of this one. So to me this video is fake, but the meteorite in itself is fake. The sightings of the orbs and the UFOs, that's possibly real.
On YouTube from 6 days
so
ago,
why would someone do this? Could it be to discredit
like
real sightings? And if so, why?
It really
There's also
moved
this.
like that?
Why would scientists have to answer or explain this mysterious fireball? What's so special about it that it needs explaining? Besides it being a bolide, which would be an exceptionally bright meteor that is spectacular enough to be seen over a very wide area.
Sure,
Unless,
I guess it could
course,
happen.
Something
You could hit
happened
like a
that
cloud
day in
or
Mexico
whatever and deflect.
that people
right?
saw or
But
heard.
That's
that
a little
they couldn't
too perfect,
explain.
no? It deflects
So
like away
Ashley
from
Blake posted
downtown.
2 videos into her account, and this is, as you can see, mostly vlog type videos, with the exception of these 2 on the same day of the meteorite. Let's take a look at what she saw. So pardon the automatic translation, but she says, after the meteorite that fell in the state of Mexico, noises coming from the sky can be heard. And this is her second video. Yeah, to me that doesn't sound like a booming sound. It sounds more like an airplane or an object swooshing by constantly, but it's taking too long. This doesn't sound like a regular airplane, nor a chopper, nor a drone, or anything like that. So let's check for other people also recording something like this in Mexico or other places this specific date. So the majority of these strange sounds can be heard in February apparently, and then some of them happen in March and April, which coincides with the drones and orbs flying massively over the entire world, mostly in February. March, we had less of them. April, even less, and then all of a sudden it seems that something started happening again a little bit before the fireball and after. Let's take a look at some of these videos. This is, for instance, coming in from Stasia Moreau. This happened at about 5:50 p.m. tonight. Doesn't sound like any warning system I've ever heard before. It was absolutely eerie and raised all the hairs on my arms and neck.
It like controls those maps. With the ominous music.
Doesn't sound like the same thing in Mexico, but what's curious is that, as she states in this video, she has never heard anything like this before. This is coming from Eliza, and it was recorded on February 9th. It sounded very loud. Clinton, Maine.
El gran poder de Dios.
What the heck?
Sounds like somebody playing trumpet.
Son trompetas.
Coming in from La Simple Zero. This was on February 1st, and he says at around 1:40, I guess, a.m. I started hearing sounds in the sky, not sure where or what it's coming from, but it's getting louder and louder. What?
That one's kind of creepy.
What is that noise?
Yeah, I mean, of course it was a bolide that burnt up, but did you see it deflect like that? I've never seen one, like, deflect like that, especially with the UFO.
Someone says it sounds like gunfire, metal beams, or pipes breaking. Yeah, let's hear it towards the end again. Those are not...
Like, I've just never seen one take a sharp turn like that.
I would be leaning more towards pipes breaking or something like that, but still very strange. Then coming in from Il Errante on March 11th. I don't know what this is, but it was too loud and people stopped to look at the sky. This is in Cartagena, Spain.
It sounds like a spy plane flying over really high. Yeah.
Algo suena por el cielo.
fuerte. Hay un señor parado también.
Yeah, people are looking. That's loud.
Qué feo. Hasta han salido por la ventana. De repente no se oye muy bien en la grabación, pero es un sonido muy, muy fuerte, muy fuerte. Ahí siguen viendo al cielo.
So he's saying that you can't hear it through the video, but the sound is really loud. And then this guy says, here in Mexico, we heard it twice. Always after 2 a.m. And it's like an airplane, but you don't see anything in the sky.
This is baked in.
So this was posted on April 2nd, just recently, and this was before this meteor swooshed by Mexico City. So I started searching for more of these videos, and I found this one on March 26th, almost April. I'm not sure if this is the same thing, and I'm also not sure where this
straight
is.
and
but
crashes
could be
into
Mexico
City in the other videos.
¿Qué mierda es ese ruido?
And then on March 1st in
land?
Chicago, you got something like this mysterious sound with an object hovering by.
Dude, I hear mysterious sounds all the time. This is someone's car horn.
Ahí para los que no
Some
creen.
fucking dumbass leaning on his horn. Come on, bro.
Yeah, that is... looks like one of those drones, doesn't it? And this is coming in from Cesar Lopez Official. On April 2nd, coming in from this account over here, apparently in Peru.
Última hora, en Perú se está escuchando las 7 trompetas en el cielo. Esto fue grabado a las 11:56 p.m.
Again, that's somebody leaning on their car horn far away.
So even though I didn't find any more videos of this strange sound in Mexico City on April 16th or that specific week, I did find someone who left a comment stating that they were hearing the same thing in Mexico around 2 a.m. and that meteorite that fell happened at around 3 a.m. So it could be that there's some sort of link to this mysterious fireball and these strange sounds in the sky, or it could be just a coincidence. But one thing is for sure, most of the sightings, the drones, the orbs, the fireball,
Like, I think the drones could be AIs that are just sent here in droves, right? You know, von Neumann probe, it's sent to like a star system to explore and make copies of itself and send them on. You know, it could be that this is from like millions of years old, you know, long dead aliens who sent von Neumann probes out into the star systems nearest to them, and then they made copies of themselves and then sent out another mission, and they just get nicer and nicer, right? Like, they just keep making and upgrading themselves forever is the idea, right? So yeah, it could be like a pre-programmed subroutine almost, right? Like the way that they behave. Like if it's the way I was talking earlier about the information, you know, like the quantum information that can theoretically move, you know, it's not faster than light, but like just, you know, instantly. What?
all the sky.
What? Oh, so I was saying, so they morph, right? They turn from, they go from orbs into spheres, into small drone craft, and then they keep changing shapes when they get bigger and bigger. And they emit noises, right? So like sometimes there's a lot of reports of people hearing like a drone, like a quadcopter sound from like a plane looking object, or vice versa. You know, something will be like a little toy drone and it'll emit the sound of like a commercial, you know, like a 757. You know, it's like it's taking the shape of something that's in our skies, and it's not necessarily doing a very good job of it.
Quakes, they're apparently happening after 10 p.m., and this is in most places all over the world, which leads me to think that these are not just mere coincidences. But if so, what is the missing link here? Could it be that this mysterious fireball isn't just a meteorite?
Watch that Ultimate Stargate thing.
Be that the next day, people heard.
We got bodies, y'all. We got bodies, y'all. Oh yeah.
Okay,
we
we've got to talk about the
yeah.
Nazca mummies. So get in here, guys. This is Jack with Cosmic Root. I'll talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please like and subscribe and let me know what you think in the comments below. Yeah, what we're looking at right now is the more or less human-sized being known as Joyce, after Joyce Mantilla or Joyce Mantilla. I can never say his name quite right. I want to say this is the specimen that was previously known as Fernando, and it was the first male Nazca mummy, or the first one that clear male genitalia that was
He's got
visible.
ball sack, right?
And many think this may be a counterpart to Montserrat because of the gold disc in his head. And Montserrat also had a gold disc in her head, and Montserrat was clearly female. And
what are his osmium levels?
At the time
what
of
kind of
her death.
osmium are we
And,
talking?
In fact, the fetus inside Montserrat is one of the most startling pieces of evidence that we have.
Yeah, the
The
fetus
known as
inside those
Raphael,
eggs.
a tridactyl fetus inside a tridactyl being, impossible to think. So yeah, the Nazca mummies are legit. They're being studied. More images and information is
They have
coming out
fucking
about
those
these things
super
all the
detailed
time.
scans of the
It's just
inside,
really
and there's like blood
incredible.
vessels and shit.
Yeah, here's
Yeah,
for example the mini
DICAM files.
implants of Montserrat, or what you can see on these scans.
Scans are
Isn't that
incredibly
incredible? These beings
detailed.
have implants, some of them all throughout their body.
They have
We
osmium
still
all
don't know
over them,
what
man.
these
Osmium.
implants
They
are
have
or what
fucking
their purpose
osmium
was.
implants. It's so bizarre.
But what we do know is that some of them seem to be emitting energy.
It sure looks like an
which he
alien man
says, energy
scientist to me.
emitting from a 1,000-year-old
That would be my best guess.
Josephina, a tridactyl 60 centimeter being discovered with the Nazca mummies.
Yeah, and they have those mini ones too, just like the stories, right?
That is emitting
Like
energy.
those are the stories. We have short grays and tall grays, right? This honestly looks like somebody experimenting, trying to like get to the right recipe for gray, right? Like it looks like somebody came down to Earth and like manipulated their DNA of like humans and various other species, trying to get like the perfect worker bee, right? Which again aligns very nicely with the Anunnaki stories, right? Those stories are that, they like uplifted the Neanderthals or somebody, whoever, the Homo habilis, like sped up the evolution in order to get them to mine gold for them. So if that's true, then it would make sense that this is just the next iteration of that project, and that's why they leave us alone. They have they perfected the slave model with these guys, so they don't need us anymore. That would make a lot of sense. I like theories that explain why they're not oppressing us in some way, right? And if we worked for 100,000 years and earned our freedom.
Energy after 1,000 years. It's crazy, guys. Yeah, what are these implants? What did they do? What energy are they still transmitting?
I don't know how this
are
could
they
be a fake,
powered? How
right?
are they
These
still
guys-
sending energy? So many
Look at those
questions.
things. Look
I
at the
hope we
muscular
get
nature
answers
and
to
stuff.
these. Man, I want to know all about these implants. To me, the
it's like
implants
bone
are just
cross
one more piece of
sections,
evidence that the Nazca mummies are connected to the abducting race or races that are still abducting
Look at
people
this
today.
shit, dude. Look at the tendons and
The
stuff.
abducting race or races, they like to create hybrids. They're still doing it today. The Nazca mummies appear to be hybrids from
They're
what we
here for
can
the
tell of the
jizz.
DNA so far, and I think we need more and better DNA analyses done at the most top-tier labs possible. But it's still really incredible what we have,
Doing
and
it
it does
for the
seem to indicate that they are hybrid
jizz.
beings. At least
I
the
need
human-sized
that
ones appear to be
jizz.
hybrid beings. And yeah, so Nazca beings have implants. Also, modern abductees have implants very often. We don't know what the purpose of either are. Both are quite anomalous. Now, the ones that the Nazca mummies have are bigger and, funkier, I guess you could say. Different from the tiny implants that are designed to avoid detection in modern day abductees. And that could be the difference, is that modern day abductees, those implants are designed to be hidden. And in fact,
the new ones are
sometimes
really
they'll
tiny.
even move if you try to remove them. They'll move away from the doctor that's trying
Yeah,
to
I
remove
think I
them.
have one in
So
my
it's
back of my
wild
head here.
stuff.
Every time I poke
But
at
yeah,
it,
we're trying to
it
figure out what
hurts
these
and runs
energy
away.
things are. What's going on there? As feminist love letter says, the function of the implants remains an enigma. How can 1,000-year-old bodies have active implants today? What exactly are they emitting? And for what purpose? Yeah, that's right. And here they are trying to, determine. I don't know if you can hear Benny in the background. Benny's going nuts. Benny loves the Nazca mummies. Benny's all about the Nazca mummies. He thinks these are awesome. Oh, look at that. It's just, so yeah, they're detecting the energy coming off of these implants, which
Dude,
is
Matt Ford
nuts.
should have Chode on his show.
What the what, guys?
That would be
What the
fun.
what? What are your theories about what this energy is, what its function is, where is it going to? Are these implants still functional?
Look at ET
Is that
over
why
here,
there's
man.
energy coming off of them? Because they're still powered in some way to do whatever they were doing? If so, that indicates they
Dude, I'm
definitely
telling you,
didn't simply serve
truth
a
is stranger than
structural
fiction.
purpose. For example, one of the Nazca mummies had a wound over her clavicle. Looked like it was left
On the
by a
old-
cat of some sort, maybe a jaguar or something, which would have been a huge monster.
Well,
to
that's
that
what I
little,
mean. That's
lady.
oh.
So,
yeah.
but there was an implant over her clavicle, and some speculated.
Yeah, that's
that
what
maybe
I
that was
speculated,
structural to
you know,
assist with the wound, with the broken.
They came here to take something from us that we don't even know we need yet. Yeah.
Clavicle. But if these things are still emitting power, if they were powered, then clearly they weren't simply structural in that way. So yeah, here's a
Look at
close
those
up
eggs,
of
dude.
Luisa's implant
osmium
in
eggs.
I think this is the one we're talking about. Luisa, she may have been.
There's
the
little
one with
tiny
the broken
beings and
clavicle.
little
I'm not
creatures
quite
inside those
sure.
eggs.
But yeah, some of the females, the little ones, had eggs, which is super fascinating. That different species
No
or
politic
subspecies
here.
or whatever
Israel
we're calling
number
them of the Nazca mummies not only had wildly
No
different
politic here.
physiology, but different reproductive cycles.
Are you
some
a
are
fucking
more
scientist?
mammalian, some are
There's been like fucking dozens of American scientists that have gone down there and studied these things, and who am I? I'm not a fucking scientist, right? People who are scientists went down there, and they it's fucking highly compelling or whatever, right? Like it was a once living creature, is the consensus. Just the scale of the fake, like of the hoax, would just be so incredible. It's like these grave robbers found them, right? To suggest that like these guys are basically like fucking like mountain peasant types are like able to put together this sophistication, like this level of hoaxing, is I think not a credible suggestion, right? It's like there's dozens of these bodies too. Like it's not just one or two. There's so many of them. And like I said, they're all kind of different, right? They're not all the same. They're all like little variations on something. Honestly, it's like it looks like an alien mad scientist was fucking splicing genes trying to come up with a gray alien prototype. And, presumably they eventually figured it out, right? I think some of them have like wings and shit, right? They're so wild. There's so many of them. There's no way this fucking dude in the cave like put together these hoaxes. Like they have like bone marrow inside, right? Like the tendons are still there. It's like musculature is all in there. Like how are they putting all that together? How are they faking the osmium? Right? Like it costs billions of dollars to like isolate osmium today. And at like a high-tech lab, right, to get that much osmium, pure osmium, let alone they're supposed to be 1,000 years old. They're 1,000 years old, like, you know, dating wise, right? Supposedly. And there's little fucking babies inside these eggs. There's little fetuses inside the eggs, which I find really fucking wild.
Or more lizard-like or bird-like.
It's so bizarre, dude.
When they reproduced with eggs. That's nuts, guys. So clearly these weren't anything naturally evolved. You don't get a bunch of tridactyl beings all with the same tridactyl template with radically different physiologies and reproductive systems in any natural evolution. These were created beings. These were clearly, to my mind, hybrids. I don't really see any other plausible explanation. Tim Alvarino
Osmium's like a
very
rare
impressed
element
by
in the periodic table.
Here he is in the corner. He's got it cut off. My big head is cutting Timothy off. Sorry, Tim. But he's discussing how impressed he was by Maria and how he instinctively thought
Look
she
at
was
that
real.
fucking thing,
But he
man.
wasn't that. He didn't feel that way for the little
Oh,
guys.
dude.
But this one, like, viscerally struck me as real.
Yeah.
Like, this was alive. This thing was living and
look at that
breathing
thing,
and
dude.
walking around. Okay, but when I walked up to the next to Maria there, you can't see it, but behind me, there's the
Dude, that
smaller
one's
ones.
fucking
They're
creepy.
like, you know, I think they're what, 2 feet tall. They don't look like that. And you can't. There's one behind me there. You can't see it. And I thought immediately, these don't strike me as real. Like they weren't living and breathing. Their bone structure's wrong. The joints look
Maybe they
weird.
never
I just
lived.
can't
Maybe
picture.
they were
Imagine this
just
thing walking around.
fabrications.
But that doesn't mean that those small ones aren't real artifacts. I think they are. I think they're effigies. I think they're dolls.
Well, then they were egg-laying dolls, Tim.
Egg-laying dolls. Yeah.
Yeah,
dude.
sorry, these were indeed living beings. Now, they may not have walked. They may have floated or
Egg-laying dolls.
levitated or hovered or something or walked very weirdly.
No, I think they were
People who have
prototypes. I
seen
think
great
they were
aliens
just
walk
they
sometimes
weren't
say they walk very
really
stiffly and weirdly and awkwardly,
100% thought
as if
out.
They, weren't really meant to walk. And
I think it's not an
sometimes
exact
will
science,
levitate
even
and hover.
for
And that may be what we're looking at with the
dead-ass
Nazca mummies,
aliens.
the little guys. They may have moved in the same way. But yeah, the Nazca, the little guys do indeed seem to be legit. There's all sorts of scans, X-rays, and CAT scans.
That's
You
what I
can
mean.
find
There's
of
all
them,
these
and the
fucking
DICOM
scans.
files,
You can go download the
DICOM
DICOMs
of them
from
are available,
tridactyls.org.
and more are coming out. Here's the DICOM files of a male and female 60 centimeter tridactyl that will be added to the website tridactyls.org, and I've linked to that before, and obviously you can just tridactyls.org.
Look at all that osmium. That's all
the
osmium.
little guys
All of that's
were
osmium.
indeed legit. Another image of
Billions
the
of
60
dollars of
centimeter
osmium.
female, no evidence of manipulation. Yeah, they were weird. They were indeed weird, and we don't quite understand how the little guys.
I could say maybe
work
they're
or
like made for
operated, or,
space.
there's a lot of unanswered questions about them.
Maybe that one
but
was
they do
just
seem to
made
have been real
like
and,
deformed,
living beings,
just
not
to
simply
lay
artifacts
eggs.
or dolls,
Right? It's like a
created during the
you know, it's
period.
like how they breed
However,
those
there were
chicken to
constructs
be
and there were
like
dolls
fucking,
made,
you know,
but
whatever.
they look different
slugs.
from that, and they are clearly dolls. And yeah, so but that's the whole thing, and I've gone over all of that before. But these are amazing specimens.
Yeah, I mean
of
that's what they
once
look like,
living
right?
beings that were interacting
That's
with
what they
people
typically look like, something
of
like
the
that,
time.
right?
And indeed, I've
Yeah.
shown multiple textiles
looks
and
like
pieces of
literally,
artwork
like I said,
that
an
the
alien mad
humans in the
scientist
Nazca
trying
region,
to come up
were
with a
using
gray
to
alien
depict
prototype
the
that they could
Nazca
copy.
beings. Interestingly, I can't find any pieces of artwork that depict the human-sized ones. You would think that those would be the ones they would be interacting with the most, but apparently they weren't. All of their art is depicting the little guys, and there's even one depiction that I've shown a few times of one of the females laying an egg.
Really?
That's right.
Nice.
There's actually a depiction of this in a depiction of the little egg popping open and a little Nazca mummy coming out. So, yeah, incredible stuff,
Little
guys.
Nazca
I just had to
mummy
make
coming out.
a video about the
Yowzers.
Nazca mummies. You know, I love the Nazca mummies.
We got bodies,
The
y'all.
Nazca mummies are UFO disclosure.
Yeah, dude. This
They
is
are
UFO disclosure.
incredible. This
We got
is
bodies, y'all.
the smoking gun that we are not
Yeah.
alone.
That plus the
Why?
backbreaker.
Dude, we got bodies, y'all. We've
Oh.
got bodies. Tridactyl
Dude, the Vegas
bodies.
backbreaker and the
Timothy
tridactyls.
Alberino has been there and he's seen them, and he was really impressed, and he believes
That
at
Vegas
least the
backbreaker looks just
human-sized
like
ones,
these guys too.
like Maria, were indeed once living beings, as indeed they were. But let me know what you guys think about it all in the comments below. Like and subscribe. Hit the bell to be notified of future videos. You don't want to miss a thing. Join me on social media. There's Facebook and Twitter links below. Love to see you guys there. If you want to support Cosmic Road in a bigger way, consider grabbing a coffee mug or a t-shirt in the merch store below,
Chud's book.
or becoming a channel member. Channel members are rocks.
Oh, this is the podcast. Come on, like, watch you guys talk and listen to your podcast.
There is an ancient Indian saying that something lives only as long as the
Did we
last
already watch
person
this?
who remembers it.
Hour and 40
My
minutes.
people have come to trust memory over history.
Dude, I wonder if this guy
While
fucks
history
with,
serves only those
Call
who
the
seek to
Crusher.
control it, those who would douse the flame of memory in order to put out the dangerous fire
What's
of
Carl the
truth.
Crusher up to?
Beware these men, for they are dangerous themselves and unwise.
Hidden deep beneath the canyon walls of the New Mexico desert lies a mysterious ancient city, a place of magic rituals, astronomical alignments, and supernatural legends. This massive city was lost for centuries when its occupants seemingly vanished overnight, nearly 1,000 years ago. To this day, archaeologists and historians are unable to piece together exactly what happened here. So we traveled into the ruins, looking for any clues that will help us understand the true history of the canyon. What we soon would discover is a history far more shocking than anyone can believe. So join us for a unique look into Chaco Canyon, home of the Ancient
Chaco
Ones.
Canyon, home of the ancient ones. Wow.
The Anasazi were an ancient culture that lived in the Colorado Plateau. No one knows why they built their fortified cities, but we do know that their entire civilization ended suddenly when they abandoned their homes.
Yeah, they were
Some have
like fucking
speculated that the
hunted down
nature
by
spirits
something.
worshipped by the Anasazi became destructive demons when the community ceased to maintain their sacred laws. These beings terrorized the population, often appearing to children before taking them away forever.
The ancient Anasazi people had superior knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, ritual magic, and some claim they also possessed supernatural abilities.
During research for our best-selling book, On the Path of the Immortals, I was given the unprecedented opportunity, really, to sit down with and to
We need to
film
raise our
Dr.
vibrations.
Don Mose Jr., a third-generation medicine man who I met
Our
with for a
vibrations are
large part of the
fucking
day
whack.
during our investigation, and he told me the oldest legends of the Anasazi, which he had been told by his great-grandfather, who likewise had been told by his ancestors, which included stories of the Anasazi
People need to be
turning
nicer to each
to
other.
sorcery, to sacrifice, cannibalism, after they
It's like
had
the opposite of the
lost
thing
their
in
way
Ghostbusters, too.
and were driven insane by a reptilian creature, which they depict with a halo above his head, of all things. Images of that being are, by the way, included in the petroglyphs. And I believe that they likely attest to the fallen
Chaco
reptile or
Canyon sounds like
reptiles
Candyland
of
border.
biblical fame, which also misled humanity. He began drawing in the sand on the floor, and reciting the first part of the story of the ancient Anasazi and how it had been repeated to him by his father and grandfather, who had also been told by their ancestors and so on, a legend that Dr. Mourns alone had undoubtedly repeated hundreds of times before at the Navajo school. Now, since it was obvious to us that this Navajo historian was really indifferent to our camera and our recording plans, and in fact I could tell he was really uncomfortable with us putting him on film, but thankfully he let us proceed nevertheless. But I sat there and listened respectfully as he proceeded for nearly 2 hours to describe to this white man what's only ever been allowed a few times in history before, and that is the legendary stories of creation, of giants, of a great flood, of a reptilian deceiver, all from the voice of the nation's top medicine man. Dr. Mourns even sang to us in the antiquated tongue of what I would call Old Testament history, paralleled in their earliest antiquity using the Navajo language.
For centuries, tribal elders have been telling stories of unbelievable supernatural events that occurred in the canyon. Events so shocking, the ancient ones carved pictures depicting these events into the canyon walls as a semi-permanent record of what happened here. The 15-mile-long canyon is home to over a dozen large complexes. The largest, named Pueblo Bonito, has over 800 rooms and sections that were over 5 stories tall. Tucked away on a cliff face, hidden behind Pueblo Bonito, lies one of the canyon's most telling secrets. 3 feet carved into the mountainside with 6 toes each. Are these 6-toed carvings showing the feet of a Nephilim giant depicted in the Bible? From the Book of Chronicles, chapter 20, verse 6, quote, "And yet again there was war with Gath, where was a man of great stature, whose fingers and toes were 24, 6 on each hand and 6 on each foot, and he was also the son of a giant." Legends from all over the American Southwest speak of giants, 6-fingered, red-haired giants that used to terrorize these people. They speak of evil, cannibalistic giants that would terrorize the tribes with their hunger for human flesh. These giants are said to have inhabited these areas for thousands of years. Not only do they speak of giants, however, they also mention monstrous creatures that were summoned into the canyon. These creatures were carved into...
Yeah, but I mean, this would be a cycle beforehand, right? Like the Anasazi were like another, you know, they were like a predecessor to the modern peoples, you know? Like, you know, it was a whole distinct culture from the modern, you know, like, you know, from like the Plains Indians and such, people who live in this area today. So I think, like, again, I think the time scales are all off for this, right? Now that we have evidence going back at least 23,000 years in this area, I think we need to think longer, right? Like, it's probably realistic to think that, like, there must have been peaks and valleys in that population in that time period, you know? Perhaps the Anasazi did meet an untimely end at some point in the ancient past. I don't see how we'd really know about it, right? Like, sort of like low impact lifestyle, like archaeologically speaking. You know, we just find the same stone tools and arrowheads and whatnot that we always find. Plus, they don't really go lower than a certain number of, you know, they don't really go too much further back these days. Like, in a traditional dig site, there could be more stuff underneath other sites. There's a lot of evidence that there's a lot of old shit there.
To the canyon walls for everyone to see.
Not only did Dr. Mourns substantiate the age-old and globally recorded story of those who come through portals and the impact that they have had on biblical and global history, past and present. Not only did he weave Navajo Indian myths and legends seamlessly with our understanding of the 6 days of creation, the arrival of the Nephilim, and their connection to judgment by a global flood, followed by the repopulating of people around the world, and then a second incursion of the giants. But there were several instances in which, when I pushed Dr. Moes for greater detail, he would go off script, actually delineating from the official Navajo storyline to provide...
Yeah, the gods got wise later on, so they just sent Whitey. You know, it was much more efficient.
Greater consistency between history and the way the Bible itself recorded certain events. For example, as Moses was following the official...
You know, if the story's true, they sent like JSOC, like the Nephilim JSOC or whatever, you know, some sort of like elite commando unit to go like beat people into a pulp or whatever, versus like, you know, more modern times when they just send our disease-ridden asses.
Official storyline, the one that you would get from the Parks Department in the four corners of the U.S., about how the Anasazi didn't disappear, but rather they slowly migrated out of the area and became the modern Pueblo Indians. I expressed doubts to Dr. Moes about that story, and he responded by grinning just a little bit and saying, well, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but... And then he proceeded to tell us the older stories that his grandfather had repeated about these mysterious people actually disappearing after they came under mind control from a reptile with a halo, this carnivorous creature, suspiciously similar to what I later described in the Path of the Immortals book as fiery seraphim, which comes from the Hebrew seraph, the Hebrew Old Testament, fiery serpent.
All throughout Chaco Canyon are these massive circular structures called kivas. The kivas are perfect circles that are built into the earth for the purpose of magic rituals, ceremonies, and religious practices. They were used extensively by the Anasazi, who, according to their own verbal history,
like energy
used the kivas to summon monstrous creatures into this dimension.
Yeah, they made
now, another case in point is when I told Dr. Moes of what we had learned from the Apache about cannibalistic giants and then God destroying them in a flood.
Like the
and he looks right into the camera and he says, oh yes.
Built into it.
And then he reaches over and he picks up this illustrated book that he had authored that's used in the Navajo Nation schools and libraries. And he opened to show us an artist depiction of a giant that had stood between 30 and 40 feet tall, and then he starts saying there was this time when the earth was infested with such great giants and alien gods that came down and destroyed and ate the people. Some of them were in human form.
I mean,
others, he said, were monsters like human-animal hybrids, which I think the Old Testament also describes. And then he followed that story with the famous Navajo legend of the White Shell Woman, who gave birth to two of the most important characters in Navajo mythology, the twin miracle-performing sons, one of whose names literally translates Slayer of Alien Gods, and his twin brother. And together, those two great warriors killed many of the giants, hybrids, and the monsters that were destroying mankind. As Dr. Moes described these ancient tales, I couldn't help but think of David killing Goliath, and then later other giants with his mighty
all
men.
Underneath or later
Then there was a point where Moes paused, and he said, you know, when the Christian missionaries first came to America and told our people their stories of the giants and the great flood, he said, we smiled and let them know that we already knew these stories, that they had been told to us long ago by our own ancestors.
We know that the ancient ones used petroglyphs in order to document their history and events that happened to them. Petroglyphs like this, the spiral. The spiral is found over and over again in almost every ancient culture worldwide. The spiral symbol can be found from the jungles of Peru to the frozen tundras of Siberia. The spiral can be seen as a symbol of a portal, an interdimensional portal used by entities as a transport between worlds. This is evident by the petroglyphs and the stories they tell. Now, let's take a look at some of the petroglyphs we found during our exploration of Chaco Canyon. What we see here are depictions of supernatural creatures coming directly out of the spiral and manifesting themselves in our reality. Over and over again, we see the same imagery carved into the walls. Literal monsters emerging from these spirals. And oftentimes, you can see they are still connected to the spiral, and other times, they're standing right next to it. You also see images of humans getting sucked into the spiral, upside down, and on the other side emerges a monster. This is a common theme throughout the canyon, and these depictions can be found at numerous petroglyph sites in Chaco Canyon, and they all seem to be telling us the same exact story.
Chatter debunker?
During our investigation of the canyon, we came across several interesting petroglyphs, depictions of monsters, dragons, gray aliens.
Oh, wow. Sounds like somebody doesn't have all the details. It was common practice all over the world, but then there's like different kinds of these elongated skulls. Some of them are different, you know. Some of them don't have like the whatchamacallit, a joining on the top of the hem. They're like fucking pointy heads. The Paracas skulls. I don't know, if you search elongated skulls and just put it, you'll find a lot of stuff. There's a bunch of videos. There's this video.
In 1928, the Peruvian archaeologist Julio Tego unearthed a cemetery
I don't remember
with
if
over
this is a
300.
particularly good one. Like, that dude, Brian Forrester, he, like, I think was the original guy to do all that research. Yeah, this guy right here. I don't know, I never watched this lecture before, but there's different types of these, right? We can tell the difference between, you know, skull binding and whatnot and more anomalous skull shape. Like, they have a larger, like, whatchamacallit, you know, volume, right? You know, if you do skull binding on somebody's skull, you can't make it bigger, right? You can just dent it. You can't, like, expand its capacity. I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff in there. 2 human skulls in the mail? You ordered them? I don't know, I was enjoying this Chaco Canyon thing. It's like doing skulls. But yeah, the skulls shit's weird. Yeah. This guy, I mean, Stargate Derek might be a better place.
The debunking guy has one. I don't know if I've ever seen his video either. Here, use this guy's.
Weird looking beings. But I never found what I was looking for. We searched the entire park for the 6-toed footprints of the Nephilim giants. These footprints have been documented numerous times by mainstream publications, yet they're nowhere to be found. I started to wonder, maybe they're hiding the footprints. So I decided to stop a park ranger and ask him. The conversation went a little bit like this. Oh, excuse me, sir. Can I ask you a quick question? And the ranger replies, yes, absolutely. What can I help you find? I'm looking for these 6-toed footprints that were carved in the canyon wall behind Casa Bonita. Do you know where those are?
We watched this
the
channel
ranger
for the
says,
first time last night.
Yes. Those footprints. They're located in an off-limits area. Unfortunately, we closed it off to the public. Closed to the public. Makes you wonder what else they have closed off to the public. And as we were about to leave the park, we decided to go and watch the 30-minute video inside the visitor center. And what we saw was shocking. They showed us petroglyphs from inside the park like no other we have ever seen. Perfectly clear images of interdimensional beings with pyramids stacked on top of their head. We walked through the entire park and did not see these petroglyphs. So it made me wonder, where are these petroglyphs and what else are they hiding from us? In 1999, an anthropologist working for the University of Utah published a book entitled Man-Corn: Cannibalism and Violence in the Prehistoric American Southwest. The term man-corn is the literal translation of the Aztec word tiactalui, which refers to a, quote, sacred meal of sacrificed human meat cooked with corn. In Turner's book, they provide evidence of cannibalism in 72 ancient Anasazi sites, including Chaco Canyon. Forensic evaluations of bones found at these sites proves they were cannibalized. But the question is by whom? Who were eating the Anasazi? After the collapse of Chaco Canyon, around 1150 AD, the remaining members of the Anasazi spread out and separated. They moved deep into remote canyons and started building their new dwellings high up on cliff faces or on highly fortified mesas. To archaeologists, it's as if the Anasazi were overtaken by some strange paranoia, hiding from some terrible enemy, but no matter how hard they looked, no enemy was found. Or was it?
And keeping in mind that these legends materialized globally at approximately the same time, it's more likely than not, in my opinion, that the universal story agrees with the record of every major culture of the ancient world in which the astonishingly consistent story is told of gods that descended from heaven and or came through spiral vortices to materialize in bodies of flesh. From Rome to Greece, and before that to Egypt, Persia, Assyria, Babylonia, Sumer, the earliest records of civilization tell of the era when powerful beings known to the Hebrews as watchers, and in the book of Genesis as the B'nai Ha-Elohim, the sons of God, mingled themselves with humans, giving birth to part celestial, part terrestrial hybrids known as Nephilim. The Bible says this happened when men began to increase on earth and daughters were born to them, when the sons of God saw the women's beauty, and they took wives from among them to sire their unusual offspring. I believe a record of this first incursion of hybrid humans and six-toed giants is recorded in Genesis 6:4, when it says there were giants in the earth in those days. That's the first incursion before the flood. And also after that, that is after the flood, the second incursion, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown.
They came for the jizz.
The universal story agrees with the record of every major culture of the ancient world in which the astonishingly consistent story is told of gods that descended from heaven and or came through spiral vortices to materialize in bodies of flesh.
Subscribe to my alien
From Rome to Greece, and before that to Egypt, Persia, Assyria, Babylonia, Sumer. The earliest records of civilization tell of the era when powerful beings known to the Hebrews as watchers, and in the book of Genesis as the B'nai Ha-Elohim, the sons of God, mingled themselves with humans, giving birth to part celestial, part terrestrial hybrids known as Nephilim. The Bible says this happened when men began to increase on earth and daughters were born to them, when the sons of God saw the women's beauty, and they took wives from among them to sire their unusual offspring. I believe a record of this is recorded in Genesis 6:4, when it says there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. This is Dr. Thomas Horn, and you are watching End Times Productions.
What's beneath us?
The ancient ones. The gods that used to rule the earth.
During research for our best-selling book, On the Path of the Immortals, I was given the unprecedented opportunity, really, to sit down with and to film Dr. Don Moes Jr., a third-generation medicine man who I met with for a large part of the day, and he told me
what was that?
He had been told by his great-grandfather, who likewise had been told by his ancestors, which included stories of the Anasazi turning to sorcery, to sacrifice, cannibalism, after they had lost their way and were driven insane by a reptilian creature, which they depict with a halo above his head, of all things. Images of that being are, by the way, included in the petroglyphs that we filmed inside the canyons, and I believe that they likely attest to the fallen reptile or reptiles of biblical fame, which also misled humanity. As I said in the traditional Hogan at one of the Navajo schools, Dr. Don Moes teaches that.
That's really weird.
He began drawing in the sand on the floor and reciting the first part of the story of the ancient Anasazi and how it had been repeated to him by his father and grandfather, who had also been told by their ancestors and so on, a legend that Dr. Moes alone had undoubtedly repeated hundreds of times before at the Navajo school. Now, since it was obvious to us that this Navajo historian was really indifferent to our camera and our recording plans, and in fact I could tell he was really uncomfortable with us putting him on film, but thankfully he let us proceed nevertheless. But I sat there and listened respectfully as he proceeded for nearly 2 hours to describe to this white man what's only ever been allowed a few times in history before, and that is the legendary stories of creation, of giants, of a great flood, of a reptilian deceiver, all from the voice of the nation's top medicine man. Dr. Moes even sang to us in the antiquated tongue of what I would call Old Testament history, paralleled in their earliest antiquity using the Navajo language. Now, not only did Dr. Moes substantiate the age-old and globally recorded story of those who come through portals and the impact that they have had on biblical and global history, past and present. Not only did he weave Navajo Indian myths and legends seamlessly with our understanding of the 6 days of creation, the arrival of the Nephilim, and their connection to judgment by a global flood, followed by the repopulating of people around the world, and then a second incursion of the giants. But there were several instances in which, when I pushed Dr. Moes for greater detail, he would go off script, actually delineating from the official Navajo storyline to provide greater consistency between history and the way the Bible itself recorded certain events.
This is part of a ritual. A ritual sacrifice?
As Mose was following the official storyline, the one that you would get from the Parks Department in the four corners of the U.S., about how the Anasazi didn't disappear, but rather they slowly migrated out of the area and became the modern Pueblo Indians, I expressed doubts to Dr. Mose about that story. And he responded by grinning just a little bit and saying, well, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but... And then he proceeded to tell us the older stories that his grandfather had repeated about these mysterious people actually disappearing after they came under mind control from a reptile with a halo, this carnivorous creature, suspiciously similar to what I later described in the Path of the Immortals book as fiery seraphim, which comes from the Hebrew seraph, the Hebrew Old Testament fiery serpent, which also corresponds with a lot of other testaments around the ancient world, including the Sanskrit sarpa or sarpin, which means reptile, and so on. Now, another case in point is when I told Dr. Mose of what we had learned from the Apache about cannibalistic giants and then God destroying them in a flood. And he looks right into the camera and he says, oh yes. And then he reaches over and he picks up this illustrated book that he had authored that's used in the Navajo Nation schools and libraries. And he opened to show us an artist depiction of a giant that had stood between 30 and 40 feet tall. And then he starts saying there was this time when the earth was infested with such great giants and alien gods that came down and destroyed and ate the people. Some of them were in human form. Others, he said, were monsters like human-animal hybrids, which I think the Old Testament also describes. And then he followed that story with the famous Navajo legend of the White Shell Woman, who gave birth to two of the most important characters in Navajo mythology, the twin miracle-performing sons, one of whose names literally translates slayer of alien gods, and his twin brother. And together, those two great warriors killed many of the giants, hybrids, and the monsters that were destroying mankind. As Dr. Mose described these ancient tales, I couldn't help but think of David killing Goliath, and then later other giants with his mighty men. Then there was a point where Mose paused, and he said, you know, when the Christian missionaries first came to America and told our people their stories of the giants and the great flood, he said, we smiled and let them know that we already knew these stories, that they had been told to us long ago by our own ancestors. After a week on the road, having covered hundreds of miles of reservations to walk amidst their multiple ruins, including hogans, temples, kivas, to follow guides and visit with a medicine man, not to mention tracking down and photographing petroglyphs, we were finally on our way to the last site that we were going to visit, one that our Cherokee guide had told us not to miss. We already collected enough pictogram and logogram images from ancient rock engravings throughout the Four Corners area to make our case and to calculate for our purposes a recurring theme, which definitely seemed to match the Middle Eastern and biblical stories of portals, reptilians, fallen angels, giants, and the havoc that those creatures had played on the old world. But this final petroglyph that was important, our guide had said, and one that we could drive right up to. So we decided to make one final excursion, this time into Utah, 50 miles north of Moab, where one of the largest known collections of petroglyphs is located in the San Juan County. This storyboard that we would visit there was etched in sandstone as early as 1,000 years before Christ. And it records practically every element contained in the Bible and extra-biblical texts involving spiral vortices and those who come through them, including human-animal chimeras and even giant six-fingered and six-toed footprints in pursuit of much smaller five-fingered and five-toed humans. Even that reptilian that Dr. Don Mose had described to us with its halo was drawn there, just a couple of feet away from the alien-looking bug-eyed creatures. This location is also easier to get to than most of the ones that we trekked to, yet it's as important, if not more so, than any petroglyphs. You could spend days hiking over miles of rough terrain to reach. It's called the Newspaper Rock Petroglyph, and it's somewhat decipherable as to which images are older due to the fading and darkness of the earlier depictions, which are certainly the most mysterious with their alien-looking creatures in suits and what might even be some type of a flying craft. And archaeologists believe the writing on this Great Wall continued from 1,000 years before Christ or earlier up until about AD 1300, the same time that the Anasazi suddenly disappeared. The Anasazi used images and symbols similar to those found globally that connect to a first and second incursion of giants and the mountainous gateways that those creators came through. Now, that being true, if you take only the images that the Anasazi left behind and compare them to similar, in some cases identical, universal symbols found elsewhere around the world where the stories and meanings of the images have been made clear, and keeping in mind that these legends materialized globally at approximately the same time, when the Torah, that is Genesis through Deuteronomy, the first 5 books of the Bible, was written around BC 1300, this would have been the same time when archaeologists believe the Anasazi across the world from these Bible lands were drawing giant, 6-toed footprints on a slab wall in Utah and facing an alien enemy, as the name Anasazi implies. When the writings in the Torah are compared with other ancient texts, including Enoch, Jubilees, Baruch, Genesis Apocryphon, Philo, Josephus, Jasher, Jubilees, and many others, not counting the accounts of the American Indian tribes on this side of the world, it's clear that this is more than a legend. It is history. It's a chronicle told through different people's methods and worldviews involving giants suddenly infesting the entire world and then being wiped out in a flood, then somehow returning in a second incursion. This story was written down globally, from Hebrew scrolls to Indian petroglyphs, to provide the oldest recorded testament of part human, part angelic creatures who were in turn the offspring of hideous reptilian entities, or what the apocryphal book of Enoch calls fallen watchers. In the beginning, the great creator made everything. Then powerful reptilians came down from heaven through portals, the spiral, halo, and reptilian symbols that we found in the petroglyphs. They came to deceive the world, as Dr. Don Rose told us, and the world fell into darkness. This is also hinted in one of the meanings of the word Anasazi, which can literally be translated, according to the experts that we discussed this with, as an alien enemy. Portals represented in ancient spiral symbolism besides giant 6-toed footprints and horned humanoid figures opened at this time, and alien gods or monsters and giants came through them. Some of these giants had 6 fingers and 6 toes, just as described in the Old Testament. Then the Creator destroyed the monsters and giants in a great flood. And yet the giants and reptilian deceivers returned. They turned to sorcery, to cannibalism, and human sacrifice.
There's also the thought that, like,
Mount Graham is considered one of the 4 holiest mountains in the world
and
for
all
the
this
Apache,
weird stuff
and is
exists
considered
because they
sacred to
dreamed it
all
up
of the
first.
region's native peoples, and it is so because it is what we might call a stargate. In their mythos, a portal through which the star people have come since the dawn of time. There's a dragon with the power of speech that turns up, bargaining with mankind, as well as supernatural gateways associated with mountains through which spirit beings have and can come. This is Dr. Thomas Horn, and you are watching End Times Productions. This was something that we heard about, and then we investigated during research for the book Exo Vaticana, which ultimately led us to the top of Mount Graham in Arizona. We were curious why. When the Vatican's Advanced Technology Telescope and the Large Binocular Telescope were being built, why did the indigenous peoples of Arizona came from the northeast and were headed south to their home beyond the Gulf of Baja? Records, including in the Bible, is unrelated to Bible prophecy entirely. CERN, passages, each moving in a singular is midway why Elijah told the priests of
Some are already made aware that here the old gods are dead.
Old gods on new streets.
Now there's the certain time when these constellations are aligned. Open the gate and let the old gods, those are the demons, come through.
In this new golden age, the ancient gods will live among men, on the earth, in control of the earth, just like it was, known by Christians and Hebrews around the world as the days of Noah, and by the Atlantean Age, or the Golden Age, by everybody else. What you're about to see has never been seen by the public. As far as I know, this has never been played online. It's an old presentation by Dr. Thomas Horn, laying out exactly what's about to happen. The quality of this video was very bad, and the audio was very difficult to hear, so I remastered the audio and tried to clean up the visuals a bit, because some of the information you're about to see has never been seen before.
Symbols are powerful. Did you know that?
See if Headband Lady's been posting. She got any posts? 420? Did we watch any of these?
Today is April 20th, and I have another message from my pantheon. I'm an interdimensional communicator, which means I can talk with angels and aliens and other interdimensional beings. Today is celebrated as Easter in the Christian tradition, and I don't usually make videos on Sundays, but today I have a very timely message from the consciousness of Ascended Master Yeshua and Ascended Master Mary Magdalene. So first, Yeshua wanted me to share a message with you that he gave to my subscribers in my very first live session about 6 weeks ago. And then Mary Magdalene has a message for us about resurrection. As usual, they gave me these messages telepathically. I translated them into words on my iPad, checked in with them to make sure they agreed with my translation, and now the messages are ready for you. So first, Yeshua said, I never wanted to be worshipped. My mission was to share Christ consciousness, but I was not the first nor the last messenger. I taught that we are all children of God, and the way to God is through your own heart, not through any other person, place, or set of rules. The Bible captures some of my core teachings, but not accurately. For example, John 14:6 is recognized as one of my most important teachings, but most English versions of the Bible state it like this. Jesus answered, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. This was mistranslated. I was not talking about me, I was talking about you. I was teaching my followers to say these words themselves. I'm telling you now, today, you are the way and the truth and the life. The only way to source is through you. You are each a divine spark of God. God experiences life through you.
Cool.
He doesn't want you to suffer. He wants you to find joy among your challenges. He is available to teach each of you if you want support. And if you don't, that's okay too. If any spiritual teaching, attributed to me or otherwise, makes you feel fear of hell or the devil or being judged, it was probably manipulated by humans. Do not take it literally. The Bible was intentionally modified to establish control. Again, I never wanted to be worshipped.
Yeah, that guy's the end times guy's a weirdo.
I taught that you can go direct to God, but the church said you can only go through me. I taught inclusiveness. I taught love. If I were to rewrite John 14:6 today, it would say, Yeshua said, you are the way to truth. You don't need anyone or anything else. The way to access source is through you. That's the message from Yeshua today. And then this is what Mary Magdalene wanted to add. Today is not only about the resurrection of the Christ, more importantly, it is about the resurrection of Christ consciousness and the resurrection of the divine feminine that was buried so long ago. The divine is returning, but not in the flesh. The divine is reemerging now in the form of consciousness. Christos, Sophia, your own inner divinity. Individually and collectively, you are awakening these frequencies. Divine consciousness is being resurrected through and because of you. The earth is coming into balance. You are coming into balance. You are the way, the truth, and the light. The way to source is through you. And today, you are the one who is rising. Hallelujah. So that was our Easter message from the consciousness of Yeshua and Mary Magdalene today. TikTok subscribers, I'm planning to channel them both again tomorrow for our live session at 4 p.m. Eastern. And again, of course, I'll post. Today is April 17th, and I have another message from the aliens and the angels.
Oh, no.
I'm an interdimensional communicator, which means I can connect with angels and aliens and other interdimensional beings. Now, earlier this week, I shared a message from my personal angels, and today they are back and they have brought friends. So technically, this message is only from angels, but I do give partial credit to the aliens because angels and aliens are really similar to each other. They're both interdimensional beings, but they reside in different dimensions. Angels are in the heavenly realm, and aliens come from the galactic realm. So this morning I asked my angels if there were any other angels who would like to collaborate with me on an AI rendering to share with you. And a whole bunch of them came forward. And usually I only do this in private sessions with my clients, but today I worked with many of your angels who wanted to be rendered and shared with you. Now, of course,
Your angel wanted me to render
don't
them.
show what the angels literally look like. They're interdimensional beings. Our brains and eyes can't comprehend their actual appearance. These renderings are just meant to show us how they
wonder
would
if I
like
have
us
an
to
angel.
imagine them. And yes, they all have wings. I've never met an angel who didn't want to be portrayed with wings. They know that that's their most recognizable trait, even though we know they don't literally use them to fly. So I'm about to share a slideshow of angels with you. Some of them are heavenly angels. Some of them are earthly angels. And some of you might see one of your actual angels in
That's
the
what it
selection.
sounded like.
Others of you might see an
Maybe
angel
you have
that
to like
feels
ask for one.
familiar, but you might hear a little
Cookie
message
Monster
saying,
alien. That's a good idea. I was thinking like
To say their final goodbyes to this fallen Louisville police officer, D.D. Megadoodoo. I'm sorry, Mangudu.
Mangudu.
Now, this morning after I finished all these renderings, all of the angels came to me as one collective with a message to give to you today. As usual, they gave me their message telepathically, and I wrote it up into words on my iPad. I checked in with them to make sure they agreed with my interpretation, and now the message is ready for you.
Who among us?
Here is the slideshow of angels and the message that they wanted me to share along with it. We are your angels.
Look at this, babe.
We are always with you.
Yo,
we don't help
look at that
others, then
stud.
return to you. We are committed exclusively to you. We are not the same as guardian angels. Those are the battle troops we can call in when your
We're like
soul
those, but much
needs us
cooler.
to remove you or a loved one from harm's way. We are your personal angels. Some of us are heavenly angels, powered
And you
from
hang
above,
out all the time and never
others of
say
us are
anything
earthly
because that's
angels
kind of
powered
sus.
from below. All of us are committed to protecting and supporting you throughout this lifetime and all past and future lifetimes. We are your team. Some of you are already closely connected to us. Others of you are only just beginning to feel our connection. Think of us like a radio frequency. If we haven't met yet, we need to find each other on the dial. The best way for us to find our shared frequency is for you to call to us by our names and imagine us in a particular visual way.
I mean, sounds
when you
spooky.
Visualize and name
I don't
your
know
angel,
about that.
we lock into the same radio signal
That sounds
with you.
spooky.
From there, we can grow our connection. Your angel will be just as close to you as they always have been, but now you'll know we're with you. If one of these images feels familiar or touches your soul in
They
some way,
probably don't watch
it
you
is
crank
not
it.
your imagination. That is your angel communicating with you. Get curious. Ask questions.
I wonder if
Start
they have
with,
like a
what name
dagger.
would you like me to call you? And is that image really how you'd like me to imagine
It's mine's
you?
a knife dementor, actually.
Listen, receive. Your heart will know. It is
But
not
it's
likely to
usually
happen
it's usually
quickly, but with
gone
practice, you can build the
stabbing
ability to
non-subscribers.
communicate with us, so we can be
So I
even
don't
more
usually get to
effective
commune
as we
with them
offer you
too
support in
often.
your life.
It's
Call
just good
on
to know
us
that
when you
they're
need
out there
help.
slaying all my
Call on us when you feel
non-subscribers.
lonely. Call on us when you're proud of yourself. Celebrating you is our favorite thing
Anyway,
to do.
anybody want to
It is
subscribe?
why
Now
we're
would be a
here,
good time.
and it is what brings us joy.
Everyone's
So that's
everyone's
the
doing
message
it.
from your angels today.
Everybody I know who doesn't have a
I'll
stab
be seeing you
wound
tomorrow, Friday
is
at 11 a.m. Eastern to go through a whole bunch more of your detailed questions about
yeah.
angels. And yes,
They're doing
of
great
course,
with
I
their
will be posting a
subscriptions,
replay afterwards.
and they don't have holes
So
in
what
them.
else do you want to know about angels? Let
They
me know
don't.
in
They're
the
not
comments, and I'll
perforated.
see what I can find out. Today is
They know
April
the secrets of
Today's
Headman
April
Lady.
15th, and I have another message from the aliens and angels. I'm an interdimensional communicator, which means I can talk with angels and aliens and other interdimensional beings. Today I have a brief update from the aliens.
I could do it, I just
but
don't want
my main
to.
message is from and about angels. So first, regarding aliens, you probably already heard me say
They
that I
probably
stopped
create
asking them
raw
questions
chi.
about
They
the
probably
timing
have
of
like
the
the
full
vortex
visibility of their
pattern built
motherships
into
after
them,
they
so
did
they
not
fucking
become
flap their
invisible
wings and it
in
produces
March.
fucking chi dust.
I
You
said to
know?
them that they can let me
They
know
go in the
when
room
they
and
have
just
something
flap
they
the
want
fuck
me
out of their
to share with
wings,
you,
and
but
then everyone just gets high
otherwise
on that
I'm not
chi.
asking them.
Sees
My
the
subscribers
future.
already know that at the beginning of April, one of those unsolicited messages came in, and the message from the aliens at that point was not
Sees the
April.
glorious battle in July.
So here we are halfway through the month, and again, they checked in with me unsolicitedly. They just said, again, they're still coming. They
Guild
confirmed
navigators.
that they're here. When I say coming, I mean becoming visible. But they're still saying not April. So that
Not
is the
April.
short response or insight from the aliens for today. And if you're only here for alien content, there you go. But I hope
only
that
here
you're
for alien
here for
content,
more than
sorry.
just alien content.
Your
Because
angel shit
in my
freaks me
opinion,
out,
that's
lady.
only one of
I
many
think it's probably true
interesting
and all.
topics that
I'm
can
not
share with you.
ready
For
for it yet.
example,
You know.
angels. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail in this video because actually yesterday I just did a 45-minute
I mean, if they're the same thing,
live
that I
session
could
with my
grok.
subscribers all
But
about
if they're
angels, and I think we're going to do that again on
different
Friday.
things, I don't know if I'm
But I
if
do
I really
have a
get
message
that.
from my angels today. My angels. We all have at least one angel called a heavenly angel.
That's crazy, yeah.
This AI rendering shows how
Huh.
my heavenly angel wants us
I wonder
to
if
imagine
mine's
her.
cool.
Her name is Angel Taziki.
They're probably cool.
Some of us also have an earthly angel. This is how
Earth
my earthly angel would like us to imagine
Earth
him. His name is Angel Rahil. Our personal angels
Oh,
are
God.
always with us.
You get that
We
deep
don't
dick
have to
down from
call them
Rahil.
in
That's
because
cool.
they're already here. They have been our companions throughout this entire life and in all of our past lives. Today I asked my
This sounds
angels
kooky.
if they
Come
had
on,
a
man.
message that they would like me to share with you, and they said yes. And as
Yeah,
usual,
I know, right?
just like the aliens,
That's what
my
I'm saying.
angels said,
Dude, her fucking thing was like my fucking my. If I get a magical wish, I would wish for her thing first. You know, so I really hope there's some truth to it, because that would be incredible. Like have like fucking righteous aliens come and like expose Pete Hegseth and all the rest of the war criminals, the galactic war criminals, just hanging around. They seem to understand though, like they have an idea, like that's why they are like they bully all the the law enforcement people. Like that FBI agent who said they chased him home and then hovered over his house, Jim Semivan. They like tease the cops. They hate the deep state. I think that part's pretty clear. Which makes perfect sense, right? If they're trying to communicate with humanity and there's this select group of intelligence weirdos who have been lying and distorting it for decade upon decade, of course they're going to be frustrated, you know? They're trying to de-incentivize, smart people working for the deep state, you know? Mm. Sorry. I mean, I hope she's right. Fingers crossed. Like I said, it's like a short-term Pascal's wager, but you get to pay out in like, a couple weeks or whatever. I said that before, when she made her last big prediction, but that didn't work. So still, even given Pascal's wager like a year, it's still, I feel like pretty good bargain. It's like doing like a pump and dump, and you don't even have to like pump. You just get dumped on. You know, I wish I had angel wings that could make chi. And I could guild navigate. Yeah, they just like fucking flap their wings hard enough, and it opens up a fucking, one of those wormholes. They like dip, bend space or whatever. The harder you flap, he's got flap hard enough. You know, I think I can style. Okay. What's Skywatcher Part 2? Is this a new video?
The Class 7 is a jellyfish. It's not the jellyfish you've seen on TV. It's a different jellyfish. We think the head of the jellyfish is about 2 meters in size. We think the tentacles hang down are about 3 to 5 meters in size, varying and depending on which one you're looking at. You can see these stills are taken from different jellyfish. You can see this jellyfish, the tentacles look very, very long. On this one, they look shorter compared to the head. As you can see, the nodules on the tentacles light up. And again, this light appears to us to go from head to tail and pulse and light up the nodules as it goes. Also, sometimes it looks like an automaton or something with like an alien movie where it's got like the tail kind of hanging out, like it's seeking something. And sometimes it looks like it's a jellyfish in the sky. It seems to undulate as it moves. We have seen these take direct flight paths. Even yesterday, for the first time, we had 2 in formation. We've never seen that before. We chased down one of those 2, and it deviated its flight path as we approximated, and then it elevated directly straight up, as in directly vertical. So the Class 7 is very hard to image, and at distance, it looks very similar to the Class 6, and also the Class 8 at distance. So what you're gonna see is it's kind of, I'll call it swimming in through the sky. There aren't a lot of exotic colors. There is reflectivity, but that color you see right there is very akin to the Class 6 when it's not emitting high energy or whatever it's doing. So when it's not vibrating. So we don't know what that means. And you can kind of start to see now the tentacles hanging down as it moves. In IR, they're very obvious. They're less obvious in EO. So we have multiple indications that this is a real object, that it's not man-made, and that it is flying through our airspace and does want to avoid us.
Things aren't a threat. That is the exact opposite of the kind of people we need in national security leading this conversation.
These guys. Yeah, I like when they show the fucking ripped aliens.
When it comes to the particular ancient ooparts that we share, which have a simply impossible age, this in regard to the modern chronological paradigm of man's historical origins, in which man evolved from the sea to the cave and then into modern civilization, in a supposedly already mapped out and fully understood linear fashion with no gaps whatsoever. A position made to attain undeserved authority over historical teachings. Thus, when an object turns up which contests these so-called already established factual ideologies, it is either simply dismissed, or those who oppose such possibilities of its existence go to great length to discredit its authenticity in any way. Furthermore, it must be mentioned that many more than could be contributed to coincidence have mysteriously disappeared over the years, scenarios, and events, which simply strengthen the original claims of the object's authenticity. Our next artifact of interest being no exception. Known as the Meister print, it is an artifact that many have attempted to discredit as an authentic human footprint for good reason. And when one recites the academic opposed theory regarding the dismissal of said hypothesis of human origin, it exposes how miserably said attempt was. It is simply written off as a portion of Jurassic strata, at which at some point in the distant past naturally fractured, coincidentally, into the form of a human-shaped shoe print. However, this explanation, or attempted dismissal, avoids any attempt to explain away the main feature within the print, which not only proves it was indeed a print, once made by induced pressure onto this ancient Earth, but why it's claimed as an oopart in the first place. Within the print, there exists a crushed trilobite, which proves this was indeed a pressed print, but also confirms an age of hundreds of millions of years. Thus, whatever made this print had a human-shaped foot, was seemingly wearing shoes or boots, and was heavy enough to crush an ancient arthropod. These facts, along with academia's miserable attempt to dismiss said oopart, we therefore find highly compelling.
Whatever it's called.
Thanks to improvements in modern archaeological technologies, and indeed the evolution of satellite resolution imagery of our spinning, living blue marble, we are fortunately entering an era where, thanks to penetrative stratophotography, the last remaining legacies of what we have long claimed would be found, that of once highly capable global lost civilization, or possibly many. And yet another proof of this hypothesis has recently been rediscovered in Iran. A gigantic artificial wall, measuring approximately 71 miles in length, extending from the mountains of Bamu to an area near the town of Jamarg, Iran, has been exposed. To put this ancient feat into perspective, computer systems have estimated that more than 1 million cubic meters of stone would have had to have been quarried, transported, and placed where they now lay, and this is a mere remnant of its past grandeur. Quote, "With an estimated volume of 1 million cubic meters of stone, its construction would have required abundant resources, this in terms of labor, materials, and tremendous toil and time," wrote Sajjad Alibaghi, Ph.D. of the Archaeological Department of the University of Tehran, in an article published in the journal Antiquity. Although the existence of the wall, long claimed as unknown to mainstream archaeology, those who have lived nearby for millennia have known about its existence all along, knowing it as Gari Wall or Gari Chen Wall. The Venture Party state that due to the wall's poor state of conservation, the researchers are not sure who built the structure and for what purpose. In fact, they are not even sure of its exact width and height. The best estimate is about 4 meters wide and 3 meters high. Its exact purpose remains a complete mystery, one which we find highly compelling.
I don't know, the angel
To truly understand the astonishingly true history of the unfinished obelisk, one must first wade through a quagmire of well-financed fallacy, infested with many a false prophet, incomplete or simply illogical conjecture, all of which defended by countless academic figures of institutions of influence and power, acquired via the funding in their defense of a form of mass worship of academics' perception, as if an all-knowing authority. So, with things like the obelisk, for example,
Look, I'm confident we've definitely figured it out somewhere along the way. It's hard to say, like, confidently which is the correct theory. Like, I feel like I've speculated, properly at least once, you know?
one begins to wonder if this all be by design. Since academic records of this monument began, no one who has described it, predictably, has ever managed to wrap their head around how such a stone could have possibly ever been moved. Ergo, all well-funded explorers, reporters, and journalists alike, with the expectant pressure of their return with a deciphered mystery. It would appear this explanation never arose, yet was skillfully averted. Firstly, the rock had indeed been abandoned abruptly at some point in history, conveniently allowing academia to make nearly all those interested in the obelisk overlook this eventual intention by its original creators, a distraction made by a fault line. Chris Dunn, an independent investigator held in varied regard, found that details of decoration were already being added to the stone as it was being hewn, running exactly through this so-called fault, disproving this so long-held academic fallacy. Yet, alas, although the
Non-subscribers, your chance is over. Sorry. My heavenly angel knife dementor will be visiting you in the near future. Been nice knowing you. You should have subscribed when you saw my fashion mullet. And, yeah. Don't worry. You'll reincarnate. You'll come back. Probably, a little bit weaselly or, as like some sort of marmot, probably. Or maybe like a slimy thing. It's cool though. It was worth it. Non-subscribing after explicit warnings. Hope it was worth it. You saved, $6. And, lost your ability to walk around on 2 legs in the next life. It's kind of like your own Pascal's wager. And, probably, you could have, almost certainly you lost your wager. I come from Knife Land.